If any of you doubted whether or not Nicholas Saban could be one hell of a college football analyst on television, I give you this. Day one of SEC Media Day, Nick Saban working the room and absolutely working an entire fan base that comes into the league full of piss and vinegar and thinking, oh, baby, this is going to be our league. We're going to run this thing. This is what St. Nick had to say about the Texas Longhorns.
You know, what kind of tickles me is all these people asking these questions about how Texas always ran the conference they were in. They're not going to run the SEC. Right, there's a whole lot of arrogant people in a lot of places in the SEC, so they can forget all about that. They'll be a good team and a great program, and Sark will do a great job, but that's not going to be a problem.
It tickles me that these fans think they're going to come into the SEC and run this conference. That's what Nick Saban had to say. Day one of SEC Media Days. Welcome into Wire to Wire with Just Diesel today. Cole Bryson out sick. Obviously, we hope that he feels better and he is back on the air with us tomorrow. But it's just me and you, the Tolos, which means turn it on, leave it on. Lots of different ways for you to listen to the show and watch the show today. You can listen over the air, 97.7 FM in Greenville, 97.1 FM in Spartanburg. You can listen on your phone with the free Odyssey app. It's spelled AUDACY. Just download it now. You can also watch the live stream. And again, me solo by myself today on the live stream. So you Tolos, jump in, be a big part of the show today. Help me out while Cole Bryson is out sick. Just a heads up, we're going to have on two guests on the show today. Jake Mastroanni from Locked On Braves going to join us at 4 o'clock to talk the Atlanta Braves, maybe resurgence. I'll call it a micro bounce back. 6 out of 10. They've won. They beat some good teams. They've also had some stinker games. We'll bring on Jake Mastroanni at 4 o'clock to talk about that. Rob Brown going to join me at 5 o'clock for the 5 o'clock fight, which is the most interacted with segment on this show every single day. Can't really do the 5 o'clock fight by myself because that would be some like self-loathing, self-loving thing. I'm not really sure what to call that. If I was fighting with myself, I feel like Gollum in Lord of the Rings when he's arguing with himself. And then coming up at 5:20, somebody with boots on the ground, Chris Phillips of SEC Unfiltered, going to join me to talk day one of SEC Media Day. He is there in Dallas. And, man, it's just explosive what's already started there in day one. The circus is real. The tent is up, man. The clowns are performing inside. This is how it got started. This is one of the very first pieces of audio that I saw to start my day on SEC Media Day. Here's Paul Finebaum kind of giving his opening statement on how he feels about SEC Media Day, the very first time without Nick Saban there as a head coach.
This is self-serving here. Since January 10th, this has been the worst 6 months of my life without Nick Saban. I wanted to get that off my chest as we begin the college football season.
We've all known that Paul Finebaum has essentially made his career off of the Alabama-Auburn rivalry, stoking that fire. By God, why not, right? I mean, it is one of the most contentious rivalries you're going to find anywhere in sports, and Paul Finebaum stoked the fires of his career on that rivalry. Here was Nick Saban's response, who just so happened to be on the air with them at the exact same time. This, of course, comes to you credit from Get Up. This audio from Nick Saban, just absolutely fantastic.
Well, he tried to ruin mine for 17 years, so I guess we're even.
Nick Saban, Paul Finebaum trying to ruin my life for 17 years. Paul Finebaum says that being at SEC Media Day without Nick Saban in the last 6 months, worst 6 months of his life, Nick Saban says, Paul, you tried to ruin my life for the last 17 years. So I think we're even. Man, this year is just bigger and bigger and bigger, bigger than it's ever been. I think being in the state of Texas, everything's bigger in Texas, right? They're holding SEC Media Day in Dallas. Reminder, we will have Chris Phillips from SEC Unfiltered on the show at 5:20 Eastern to talk about everything that he's seen, that he's heard. He is operating live from Radio Row at SEC Media Day. Appreciate those of you who have already jumped into the stream on Facebook, on Twitter. Not on Twitter anymore. That is a new development, by the way. Twitter has kicked us all off, right? Twitter has made it so that if you are not a verified account, if you're not paying extra money to be on Twitter, you cannot live stream on Twitter. What's up with that? We used to get a lot of you watching the stream on Twitter, but you can thank Elon Musk for that. Those of you who like to watch the show on Twitter, thank old Uncle Elon. He's the reason why you can't watch the show today or anymore until Odyssey throws down the old wallet, throws open the old wallet, puts some cash on the barrelhead, and pays for us to be live. Is that something you guys want? Are you clamoring to have us back on X or not? You tell us. 71307. You want to reach out and be a part of the show. You can't do that. I've got the text line open. Just start your text with keyword fan. What are you expecting out of the SEC in 2024? Texas and OU come in. Texas seems to be poised to come in with their hair on fire, right? Steve Sarkisian has that program absolutely humming. They've got a big opportunity early in the season against, I believe Michigan off the top of my head. Excuse me for not knowing that off the top of my head, but they got a big opportunity to really prove that this is the year that Texas is back. You got to say that with the words going up at the end of the sentence. Is Texas back? I don't know. Texas is one of those programs that is clearly in show me state. I think this year, competing for the national championship very well could be. This very well could be the year that Texas is officially back. And what does back mean to you? Competing for the SEC championship, winning the SEC championship, being in the college football playoff at all, losing a game in the first round. Is that back? No, I don't think it is. I think back requires them to be in the Final Four, right? You got to make the college football playoff to officially be back. Texas is one of those programs that has that name. They have that logo. They have that beautiful burnt orange jersey that just evokes old school nostalgia football. Well, you can't be back unless you're competing for national championships. At least that's the way I think of it. 71307. Start your text with keyword fan. I know some of you are watching and keeping up with what's going on with SEC Media Day with bated breath. We've had a couple of big names already on the podium. Kelly from Notre Dame, Brian Kelly from from LSU was on the podium earlier today. Shane Beamer was as well. Haven't had a chance to go find and look up what Shane Beamer had to say. All of that happened as the show was being prepped and driving in and getting the show built up. So I haven't had yet a chance to go back and find any of Shane Beamer's comments on the show today. But, what are your big reactions, those of you who are watching live, not doing your jobs, right? It's like day one of the NCAA basketball tournament. You're not doing your job. You're shirking your responsibilities. You're taking extra long bathroom breaks. You're sneaking off into the coat closet, into the cleaning room, and hiding so that you can watch SEC Football Media Day coverage. I don't know. That's what you're up to today. But anyway, thank you for being a part of Wire to Wire with Diesel and Cole Bryson. Again, Cole Bryson is out sick today. He expects to join us back tomorrow. One thing that I do want to get to, this kind of shocked me. And this is going to be a little bit of a read between the lines of what Greg Sankey has to say here. In some of his opening statements, he talked about the league not necessarily looking for expansion at this point. He talked about really focusing on the 16 members that we have. And he talked about college football's role in bringing Americans together. Obviously, we all know what happened over the weekend at that President Trump rally in Pennsylvania. Greg Sankey's comments here, of course, have to be a little bit pointed in this direction, but I think this is really crucial. And Greg Sankey, who I tend to look at things with a little bit of a grain of salt, just because I know his interests don't necessarily align with mine and my team's. They're very different sets of interests. So I don't necessarily think he has all of college football in his best interest. I think he has himself and his own conference in his best interest. But I genuinely agree with what Greg Sankey had to say here, talking about college football's role and ability to bring people together in this country.
And on Saturdays in this country, for decade after decade, people come together. We actually need more of what we do in college sports. And in college sports and in college football in particular, we know, what, there's an opponent on the field, and spread across a stadium, there's apparel from the opposing teams, one dominant, one in the minority. But in those stadiums, I've stood with sometimes 100,000 or more to sing the national anthem, sometimes thinking that the entire stadium is actually participating. I've joined in those stadiums as you watch maybe a Chinook helicopter fly over, a B-2 bomber, or an F-22, just amazed. And then celebrated a little bit later in the game when during a break we stop and we bring the flight crew onto the field and celebrate them for their service. I've heard the absolute silence in a crowd of thousands of people revved up and ready to go, who stand for a moment to honor someone we've lost. We actually need more of those unifying moments in this country, and that's why I say again, we need more of what college football does in this nation.
Well spoken by SEC Commissioner Greg Sankey. Again, you have to view that a little bit through the lens of the events at the President Trump rally over the weekend. And he talks about college football's ability to bring us all together. I find it fascinating how fans of opposing college football teams can come together and be fans of their favorite professional team. You hate each other on Saturdays, you love each other on Sundays, right? So again, well spoken there by Greg Sankey. Going to the text line, JD Wyatt talking about Shane Beamer's press conference. His opening statement says 17 minutes long and a big sales speech. Yeah, a lot of them tend to be. Says we're not far off. We breed competition into our culture, something like that. Coaches have to say things like that. They don't get up there on the podium and say, hey, we think we're okay, but man, the rest of this league is just so much better than us, and we're going to have a tough year. They certainly don't do that. So Shane Beamer, I think this is his year to either put himself squarely on the hot seat or pull himself off of the hot seat. And if I was a betting man, I'd say there's about a 70% chance that Shane Beamer is very firmly on the hot seat by the end of the year. I've said it a million times. You Gamecock fans, don't get mad at me yet. I'm not saying that he's going to get fired by the end of the 2024 season, but I genuinely believe that Shane Beamer's seat is going to be very warm by the end of the year. Still got an extremely tough schedule outside of the cupcake 4 out-of-conference games that you scheduled. Off the top of my head, Old Dominion, Akron, Wofford is on there. Of course, you got Vanderbilt. It looks like you got 4 probably built-in wins, and if Vanderbilt is your only SEC win of the season, don't think it will be. But if it is, I think Shane Beamer's seat is very, very hot by the end of this year. And it is do or die time. 2025 may be the year that Shane Beamer ultimately gets his walking papers. JD says he's really likes the team as well, which I like how the 2 quarterbacks are the same. Plus, Rocket Sanders apparently is improving well coming off of surgery. Yeah, I think they did fairly well for themselves in the transfer portal, as well as a you're not going to like this, Gamecock fans, as well as a 4th-tier team in the SEC can do. Going back to Greg Sankey and his comments, he was asked about a lot of this political maneuvering in the ACC as it pertains to Clemson and Florida State. Here's a quote from Greg Sankey. The question is, how closely do I monitor what's happening in the ACC? What are the implications? I pay attention. As I said, we're focused on our 16. I've said it before at Media's Days. I am not a recruiter. My job is to make sure we meet a standard of excellence that we have for ourselves on a daily basis that attracts interest. It's done that with the 2 universities that we've added this year. They're not the only phone calls I've ever had, but I'm not involved in recruitment. Greg Sankey says I'm not picking up the phone and calling schools and trying to get them here, but I have had conversations. So, it would be foolish if Greg Sankey hadn't had conversations with Clemson and with Florida State. That is his job to have those conversations, but he's just saying, hey, I'm not the one picking up the phone. Big day, though, for the SEC. Today is the day that Texas and Oklahoma officially make their entry into the SEC, their very first SEC media day. Oklahoma probably going to be lucky to finish inside the top 8, if you ask me. Texas very well could finish inside the top 4 of the SEC. I got 4 tiers here for you. 4 tiers in the SEC. I think it's a 4-horse race for the top spot. Tier 1, Georgia, Alabama, Texas, Ole Miss. I put them in that order on purpose. Georgia 1, Alabama 2, Texas 3, Ole Miss 4. I think Ole Miss is going to be that team that looks really good through the first 7 or so games of the season, and then maybe starts to flounder a little bit down the stretch. Maybe their depth just isn't quite good enough to hold up in the SEC. Best thing that could have happened to Ole Miss, though, is the abolishment of divisions. Now he doesn't have all of this he's facing in the SEC West. He maybe gets a little bit of a breather with his team with some SEC East competition. Tier 2, Missouri, LSU, Tennessee, and Oklahoma. Those are teams that if a lot of things go right for them, they very well could contend with the best teams in the SEC, but I think they're just lacking a little bit this year. Tier 3, Texas A&M, Auburn, Florida, and Kentucky. And then again, sorry, South Carolina fans, Tier 4, South Carolina, Arkansas, Mississippi State, and Vanderbilt. South Carolina kind of bridging that gap between Tier 3 and Tier 4. They're not quite Tier 3. They're not quite Tier 4, but I think South Carolina very well could find themselves struggling in the SEC this year. Most likely, in my mind, that has mobility to move up out of their tier is Missouri. Obviously, they bring back a ton of talent off of the 2023 roster. Eli Drinkwitz is an absolute wizard as a head coach. Most likely to move down out of their tier, I see Florida possibly moving down out of Tier 3. We've talked about it many times on the station before. You know, if you've looked up their schedule, I mean, it is just an absolute murderer's row for the Florida Gators this year in 2024. A very good chance that they fall out of Tier 3 and fall down into Tier 4, which would mean, in my mind, South Carolina would elevate up just a little bit. But, that's probably of little condolence for those of you hardcore Gamecock fans. Got a lot of messages coming in on the stream. Appreciate you guys. Those of you who are used to jumping in on Twitter, this is a new development, a new change today. Twitter has removed our ability to stream video live on Twitter. That is something, if you're used to logging in through Twitter, you're going to have to jump over to our Facebook page, jump over to our YouTube channel, both of them at The Fan Upstate. We make it super easy for you to find us on all your favorite platforms. Just jump in over there and start commenting. Again, apologies for my a little bit of an inability to be able to read messages live on the air. We always have to be careful about potentially reading something that we're not supposed to read live on the air. So we got to kind of preview those things before we talk about them on the air. So it may be one of those things. You message in, I'm able to respond to your message in the very opening of the next segment. But when we come back, oh man, big developments, big story coming out of the Pacific Northwest. Feels weird to say, now coming out of a Big Ten program. What's happening with Nike, and Oregon, and their pledge to do what? To buy them a national championship? We'll talk about that next, right here on The Fan Upstate. It feels like college football is coming back. I understand that we're still 45 days away, and gosh, this feels like a long time, but we have something real to grip onto. And college football is like right there in front of us. Last segment, I went over my tier list for the SEC this year. 16 teams now in the SEC, now that Texas and Oklahoma are here. Tier 1, Georgia, Alabama, Texas, and Ole Miss. Tier 2, Missouri, LSU, Tennessee, Oklahoma. Tier 3, A&M, Auburn, Florida, and Kentucky. Tier 4, South Carolina, Arkansas, Mississippi State, and, of course, bringing up the rear, as always, Vanderbilt. Everybody needs a punching bag, right? Everybody needs a guaranteed win on their schedule, even South Carolina. JD on the stream, the first tier could almost be 5 deep with LSU included, or Mizzou could even be that 5th team as well. I'm with you on Mizzou more than I am with LSU. I understand that LSU is just stacked, as always, because it's LSU, right? And they got Brian Kelly as the head coach. But when you're going through a quarterback change, you got to show me a little bit more than just relying on talent. I wouldn't be shocked if LSU stood out as a premier team in the conference this year. Wouldn't be shocked at all. I think Missouri may be just a little bit more ready to kind of bridge that gap between tiers 1 and 2. So if I was going to reorganize it to maybe allow some more teams to be up there in tier 1, I'd have Georgia, Alabama, Texas, Missouri, LSU kind of sitting on that cusp, but they got to, the line for tier 2 has to start somewhere. It's LSU, Tennessee, Oklahoma for me there. A&M, Auburn, Florida, Kentucky. I mean, those are all really, I think, improving football teams, but with Mike Elko and a new system down there at Texas A&M, might take them a little time to get it together down there. Florida would just be absolutely, it's not even a question, the most difficult schedule in college football. Sorry, South Carolina fans, you're not going to be able to brag about that. It's always funny, right? How that was somewhere in between, like a humble brag, a little bit of whining, and a little bit of excuse making before the season even starts. Oh, well, we're going to stink because it's not because we don't have good players. Of course we have great players, but we're going to stink this year because, we got the toughest schedule in the country. You don't have that anymore. You don't really have that to hang your hat on them anymore. I think the last time I looked, South Carolina's schedule was ranked the 15th toughest schedule in college football. So you got a little bit of breathing room, Gamecock fans, this year. Hey, 71307, you can reach out and text into the show. Start your text with keyword fan. You can also get on the stream on Facebook and YouTube only. Reminding everybody that is a new change as of today. Thanks a lot, Elon. He's made it so that we can't do our show on X anymore. So for that reason, I'm calling it Twitter forever. Elon, you take something from me, I'm going to take something from you. How about that? So this is a crazy story that I found over the weekend. This came out of the University of Oregon, who makes their move into the Big Ten this year. Yahoo Sports posted an article and revealed that Phil Knight has pledged his full financial backing of Oregon's NIL in support of winning a championship at Oregon. And y'all are like, of course, we know it's the University of Nike, right? We've always known that Oregon has Nike support behind them. Well, now we know who's funding it. Now we know that Phil Knight, 86-year-old Phil Knight, before he dies, he wants to see a national championship brought to the Oregon Ducks, brought up there, and he says, I'm going to put my full financial might behind making that happen. 86 years old, staggering number when I Googled this, $33 billion with a B, $billion personal net worth, which is just absurd. Consider the fact that when Anna Nicole Smith married that 90-year-old Texas oil tycoon, he was worth $1 billion, and Phil Knight is worth $33 billion. Can you just imagine here for a moment? He's 86, and let's be real, Phil Knight, at best, I don't know his personal health, but like at best has like 6 or 7 years left on this earth, right? And I'm not trying to hope for the worst on Phil Knight. I'm just saying, right? Like I'm sure there's going to be something in his will that says you're going to keep giving money to Oregon. You're going to keep doing this even though I'm no longer here. But could you imagine amassing that kind of wealth and then saying, I will do whatever it takes to buy a national championship for my alma mater before I die. Like, there's something so uniquely college football and almost a little poetic about that when you think about it, right? I mean, his family, he's got kids, I'm sure, grandkids, maybe even great grandkids at this point. They are all fine. They are all very, very well taken care of for their entire lifetimes. Most of them will probably never have to work. But in a way, it's both selfish and selfless to put this kind of money out there to buy a national championship for your alma mater, right? Like, if you're a Knight kid and you're saying, Dad, how much money are you giving to Oregon? Why is that not going into my will, right? Why am I not getting that money? But at the same time, you are buying joy for tens and thousands of people. How many students are at the University of Oregon? This is bad radio, me Googling things live on the air. How many students at the University of Oregon? 19,500 students right now at the University of Oregon. I want to know what their living enrollment is. Their living alumni base. I'm sure it's huge. According to this, 250,000 living alumni across the country. So imagine using a considerable portion of your personal wealth, $33 billion. I almost want to throw up just saying that number out loud. A considerable portion of your $33 billion to do something that makes 250,000 people happy. Like, most people don't do anything that makes 2 people happy in their lifetime or 10 people happy. This is kind of awesome, right? This is kind of awesome. I mean, we know that rich people have been spending their money on their college football programs for a long time, but to do it this publicly, I think is it's both awesome and terrifying for the future of college football, right? It has to be. It has to be. And I guarantee you right now, Michael Amiradius, I don't know how to say his last name, president of the University of South Carolina. He is calling every rich alumni he's got and saying, "Hey, can we pool some money together?" Kind of do what Nike did. They don't have a $33 billion nest egg to work on, but it's just nuts. It's just nuts. Well, Jim Clements, he's not doing that at Clemson because, well, he knows Dabo won't use it, but maybe Brad Brownell will, right? So, like, maybe Jim Clements is saying to himself, we've had our time with football. We've done everything we can do with football until we have a new head coach who will use our money for this purpose. Why don't we go buy a national championship in basketball, right? Where's Clemson's richest donor? Who's Clemson's richest living alumni? I mean, it'd be one real rich farmer, I guess, right? JD says, speaking of stupid numbers, Travis and Taylor spend $150,000 a day to step outside with security and travel. I just want them to stay inside one day and donate all that to me. I mean, it had to be a pretty damn big security team, right? How many security guards can you have for $150,000 a day? I mean, you got a wall of thick neck, don't take no crap off nobody, suit wearing, sunglass, little, radio thing in your ear dudes. Can you enjoy anything in life when you've got that much security around you? I mean, like, how can it be real? How can it feel real going anywhere, right? Imagine going to Stonehenge. And you've got 50 security guards around you. They keep a 30-foot perimeter. You stay right there in the middle of that little bubble, and they all walk around you. That's just nuts. He says it's security and jet travel. Still, it's just, how can you enjoy that? How can you enjoy that? I mean, I think a lot of people want to be famous. They think fame is cool and interesting, and until it's not, right? Until you can't go anywhere without people recognizing you. You can't go out. I don't know. Yeah, it's just $33 billion now at University of Oregon's disposal. They got the number 4 recruiting class in America this year. Doing pretty well that's for the 2025 class, by the way. They got a couple of 5 stars. Not that many. You would think that there would be more than this, right? Like, I mean, I'm sure Phil Knight putting his personal wealth behind the University of Oregon is not a new thing. Every school's got a lot of money, right? But Phil Knight has probably been given a lot to Oregon for a long time. And to do all of that and recruit just 2 5 stars, when you compare that to Alabama and Texas and Georgia that have got like 6 or 7 5 stars just in this class, and Nike and Phil Knight with all that money can only get 2, still going to be an extremely good roster. And there's no doubt that they're going to be inside the top 12, making that 12-team playoff. So, hey, I mean, if whatever portion of $33 billion, just imagine putting $1 billion down on the barrelhead and say, Oregon, this is what you get this year. Next year, I'm going to give you another $1 billion. The next year, I'm going to give you another $1 billion. He could do it. He could do it. I'm sure there's some kind of rules in his trust with his kids. Like, Dad, you can't go nuts and give away all your money and leave us high and dry. But if I'm Phil Knight, and look, if that's what I want to do with my cash before I die, I mean, I'm setting my kids up with, put $5 million in the bank for them, give them a high-ranking job at Nike, and say it's on you from here on out. Because, hey, there's a lot of rich families in this country that have seen their nest eggs fall apart. Look right up the road at the Biltmore in Asheville, the Vanderbilts. I mean, dig into their story. Everybody thought they had so much money they'd never go broke. By God, they did. All it takes is one idiot with a spend happy ways to wipe out your entire family nest egg in a generation. It can happen. It can happen. I think eventually, somebody will see this and say, we got to do something about it. We got to stop this. We cannot let Fortune 500 companies gamble on college football in this way. Or those people will start getting their pockets lined and say, you know what? I kind of like having these companies in here. Kind of like letting the wolves in, right? It's like a wolves in the hen house, I think that's where we're headed. Hey, when we come back on the other side, we'll take a whip around the sports world, not just the college sports world, the entire sports world. We'll do our Daily Wires next, right here on 97.7 FM in Greenville, 97.1 FM in Spartanburg. Diesel riding solo without Cole Bryson today. It's just you and me, Tolos, on the Fan Upstate. Diesel riding solo today without Cole Bryson. He's out sick. Hopefully Cole's back on the mend. He'll be back with us tomorrow on Wire to Wire. Right here, right now, I take you around the sports world in something we call our Daily Wires. Oh, wait, I have to do the sound effect too. I have to intro and do the sound effect. There's our Daily Wires. Bzzz. So that's what you guys come to know and love. This great production that we have here on the Fan Upstate and on Wire to Wire with Diesel and Cole Bryson. But we whip around the sports world. Defending champs Argentina beat Colombia last night in extra time to win their 16th Copa America. Lionel Messi went down early in that game. They didn't have him for the remainder, but the Argentine team gets it done at Miami's Hard Rock Stadium. By the way, have any of you seen the photos coming out of Miami and Hard Rock Stadium after that crowd dissipated? I mean, they trashed Hard Rock Stadium. It was rough. I mean, it looked like some kind of a riot had gone off inside of that stadium, right? It looked like that stadium had been used for some kind of disaster relief, and people have been living in it for a couple of weeks. I mean, there was trash piled up everywhere. There were broken things. I mean, hey, we don't have a clue how to celebrate in America compared to the way other countries celebrate their big victories. I mean, in a way, West Virginia fans, when they win a big game, you know, they're known for taking their couches outside, lighting their couches on fire. That's probably the closest we have in this country to celebrating the way other countries do when they win a big event. I saw a photo earlier this morning of a celebration for an Indian cricket championship. I mean, there were 30,000 people out in the streets, just shoulder to shoulder, nut to butt, as they say, out there to celebrate a cricket championship. Blew me away. I'm like, it's kind of a big deal over there. The Major League Baseball draft first round was last night. Apparently, they did a horrible job telling the world that they were doing a draft. Like, if I wasn't talking about it right now, would you know that the Major League Baseball first round draft was last night? No, I bet you wouldn't have. But here we go. Top 5 picks. Number 1, the Cleveland Guardians drafted Travis Bazzana, second baseman from Oregon State. Number 2, Cincinnati Reds took Chase Burns, a right-handed pitcher out of Tennessee. Colorado Rockies at number 3 drafted Charlie Condon, outfielder from Georgia. Number 4, the Oakland A's took Nick Kurtz, first baseman from Wake Forest. And number 5, the Chicago White Sox drafted Hagen Smith, left-handed pitcher from Arkansas. College players were taken with the first 8 draft picks, which, according to what I was reading, is actually a pretty huge deal, right? I mean, you know, there's a lot of high school players that get taken in the first round of the Major League draft, and they usually get drafted very, very high. Like, the whole Major League Baseball draft system sucks to me. It's like, here's this star baseball player, this elite baseball player, this elite prospect, most of whom no one's heard of. And guess what? We're going to bury him on a college roster, or we're going to bury him on a minor league roster. And you're never going to see this guy in a uniform if you ever see him at all. But if you do, it may be like 3 years from now. Like, what is going on here? However, I do think, and I'm going to ask Chris Phillips about this coming up at 5:20 when we have him on the show. If we're seeing a shift to where college baseball is becoming the legitimate minor league for Major League Baseball, I understand they're minor leagues, but if college baseball is where all of these prospects are going to come from, if players and young athletes, young baseball players now see that college is their best route to getting drafted highly, are we going to see college baseball sort of rise in importance? College World Series was absolutely stunning, stellar this year. I mean, it was really fantastic to watch. And are we going to see college baseball develop into something more along the lines of what we see with college basketball and college football? I don't know. The 152nd Open Championship is this weekend at Royal Troon. They have announced a $17 million purse. $17 million up for grabs at the Open Championship this weekend. First place going to get $3.1 million. Second place, $1.76 million. Third place, $1.1 million. $17 million is a ton, right? It is a ton of money, but it still leaves the Open Championship at fourth place in total purse among the four majors. I mean, it just blows me away that $17 million is the worst, right? Is the cheapest of the four majors. The U.S. Open winner Bryson DeChambeau this past time, a couple months ago, collected $4.3 million of a total $21.5 million purse. So look at, I mean, that's the golf right there. $4.5 million, the difference between the Open Championship at Royal Troon in Scotland versus the U.S. Open here in the United States. Caitlin Clark and the Fever defeated the Minnesota Lynx 81-74 on Sunday. That would be yesterday. Lynx coach Cheryl Reeve is the head coach of the U.S. women's national team. She was asked about Caitlin Clark's status for the women's national team. She said, "I'm wearing Lynx and I'm the head coach of the national team, but I'm not the chair of the committee. Anybody want to venture into anything else?" So she got a little bit testy when people were asking, like, oh, you think you might want to rethink putting Caitlin Clark on the team now? She just kicked your ass right here. It's like, she's like, I'm just a coach, okay? I'm not in charge of this whole thing. Let's see. Former athlete, former Fox Sports analyst, now the head coach of University of Wisconsin Green Bay, was quoted talking about Bronny James. A lot of people are really upset about this. Quote, "He would compete to start," meaning at UW Green Bay. "But while I like how he moves with the ball and defends, he wouldn't be my point guard. And my wings are bigger. And without seeing him with us, I think it'd be hard for him to start, to be honest." Wow. That's former Fox Sports analyst who's now the head coach at UW Green Bay saying, "I'm not sure Bronny James would start on my team." Jerry Rice got himself into some hot water over the weekend. He told two Kansas City reporters, quote, "I will bleep you up." They came up to him during a practice round at the American Century Celebrity Golf Tournament on Thursday. They asked if Jerry thought the Chiefs wide receivers were good enough to win another Super Bowl this year. He got mad, said, "I will bleep you up." Jerry told TMZ after the fact that he believed the reporters were there to troll him because they were smirking when they asked him the question and because the Chiefs beat the 49ers in the Super Bowl. He said, "I'm going to defend my team. I'm going to defend my 49ers. Jerry Rice, man. Just good thing he didn't swing his golf club at anybody because, boom, that's attempted assault. Hey, just a reminder, on Wednesday, we're going to be live at Ingles Markets at 410 Pelzer Highway in Easley. And coming up next, we will have Jake Mastroanni of the Locked On Braves podcast to talk about the potentially resurging Atlanta Braves. That's coming up next on The Fan Upstate. The Atlanta Braves maybe making a micro turnaround. Over the past couple of weeks, we have just floundered in talking about the Atlanta Braves and their inability to find any real consistency, both with the offense and with the late inning pitching. We bring on now the host of the Locked On Braves podcast, Jake Mastroanni. A fantastic listen. If you don't subscribe to him, make sure you find him on all your favorite podcast platforms. Just an absolutely fantastic listen for the Atlanta Braves. Jake, there, I said it's 6-4 in their last 10, all 10 games against 500 or better baseball clubs. Maybe the bats are getting going a little bit. 18 home runs in 10 games. Does it feel like maybe this team is starting to get the bats going again?
You certainly hope so. And you look at those last 10 games as well, they've scored at least 5 runs in 8 of those 10 games. So that is definitely a step in the right direction. A lot of that because of the home run ball, as you mentioned. Obviously, the 2 games they didn't score 5 or more, they got shut out. So it still shows some of those inconsistencies when they're not getting the home runs. But look, it's a team that is dependent on those long balls, and those seem to be ticking back up, not just for the Braves, but across baseball. So again, hopefully that's a trend that continues in the second half. But would like to see obviously more consistency from lineup top to bottom. You want to see your top guys getting going as well, including Matt Olson, who's been struggling now for about a month again. So there have been signs. There certainly have been here in the last 10 games, as you mentioned, but still some major concerns, I think, for the offense going into the second half.
Find them wherever you listen to your podcast. Look up Locked On Braves. Jake Mastroanni joining us here on Wire to Wire with Diesel and Cole Bryson. Now, my co-host, Jake Cole, is not here this week, but we do a feature that regularly airs across all of our stations called our Daily Sports Spin. And Cole, in one of his sports spins, asked the question, why can't the Braves and these pros transition and pivot when what they're built on, which is the long ball, isn't really working for them? Why can't they pivot? Like, I think fans think it's really easy to just change your makeup and change how you do things. But for the layperson, can you explain why it's so hard for a pro to adjust when things that you're built on aren't really working?
Yeah, I mean, I've obviously never been a Major League Baseball player, but I can tell you that, trying to shorten up just to poke a slider that's dropping and running away from you as a right-handed hitter or left-handed hitter, whatever, is not easy. And it's also not easy just to do that mid-season when this is a team that last year, well, they got their A swing off every swing. There was no shortening up. There was no change in approach. 2 strikes didn't matter. You're still getting your A swing, going for the home run. And look, it was a historic offense. And now at what point in this season do you say, okay, the offensive landscape has changed. Now mid-season, let me all of a sudden change what I've done for my entire life. And I hear people say, well, why can't they just change? These are professional hitters. Have they not done it before? I don't know that you can say that. Has Austin Riley ever had to worry about shortening up with a 2-strike approach to poke the ball the other way, just to put the ball in play? Has Matt Olson really ever had to do that? And I'm not saying they're not capable of it, but to ask them to do something that they probably haven't had to do for most of their baseball career, to do it mid-season like that, I just don't think it's quite as easy as fans want to believe that it is. Now, again, I'm not saying they shouldn't be capable of doing that, but it's also just a frustrating part of why what we were doing last year, why is that not paying off this season? Why are we not getting those same results this season on some of that? And we can kind of dive into that if we need to, but I feel like we've covered it on here in the past. But it's not that easy. These are major league pitchers they're going up against. Pitching right now is just, there are a lot of injuries, but it's also just the skill level at pitching right now. You're facing everybody that's throwing mid to upper 90s with just an incredible, some sort of breaking pitch. You got the splitter that's coming out right now. A lot of pitchers using that as just a devastating pitch. It's just not easy to hit. And again, Braves aren't the only offense in baseball that's struggling with it right now.
Yeah, and you said it there. They're trying to figure this out against maybe the best era in pitching that we've had in quite a while, and the fact that every other team in Major League Baseball can look and see what the Braves are struggling against and just do that. Last night was round one of the MLB draft. I'm sure most people didn't have a clue that it was going on. I mean, that is, in my mind, a big failure in Major League Baseball, not promoting the fact that their draft is on or not making a bigger deal out of their draft. Braves took left-hander Cam Caminiti, 24th overall, a guy that can, even in high school, get it up to 98 miles an hour. Do you think, well, first of all, tell me about Cam Caminiti and what really excites you about him as a prospect. And number two, do you believe that the way Major League Baseball drafts, you'll have a star coming out of high school or a star coming out of college, and then he gets buried in a minor league system for potentially years? Do you think that's the right system, the right way to draft in Major League Baseball, or is it just kind of it is what it is?
I think it is what it is. I mean, baseball is such a tough game. It's really hard for somebody to come from the high school or even collegiate levels and all of a sudden just jump up to the big leagues. Now, we are seeing that happen a lot more recently. And I think part of that is guys coming out of college. The college systems are so good now, especially, here in the SEC and the ACC as well. The college programs are so good. You're getting as good, if not better, development in your 3 years at college than you may get at the lower minors. So you're seeing guys that are getting drafted, Wyatt Langford last year, Paul Skeens, obviously, as well. I mean, there's guys, they're rare, but there are guys now that you're seeing that are getting drafted and shot straight to the big leagues. I mean, look at even what the Braves have done here recently. It's not guys that are necessarily coming up that year, but Waldrop's already been up. AJ Smith-Shawver, he was a guy that was taken later in the draft. He's already been up, and it didn't take him that long. So you're starting to see teams be a little bit more aggressive. It's always kind of just been a classic approach of, they need so many at-bats in the minors before they can be ready to face big league pitching. They need so many innings in the minors before they're ready to face big league hitters. I think that mindset's kind of going away a little bit, especially on the pitching side of things. Look at a guy like Spencer Schwellenbach, was drafted, didn't have a lot of experience on the mound in college, had Tommy John after getting drafted, only threw 65 innings last year. Braves promoted him straight up for Double-A. And I feel like on the pitching side of things, it's no longer, why waste those bullets at the minor league level? So, look, part of it is what it is, especially when you're drafting high schoolers. It's going to take them, at least 3 to 4 years to get there. And that does hurt some of the attention for the Major League Draft because, a lot of these guys aren't going to be helping you win next year, probably not even in the next 2 years. So a lot of casual fans just aren't really going to be that interested and really remember these names until they become relevant again.
Jay, is there any value in moving players up, especially pitchers at a younger and younger age, in the sense that people haven't seen their stuff? There's not a whole lot of scouting on them. There's not a whole lot of tendencies that you can scout out, or is that just something that doesn't really apply?
Yeah, my kind of mindset on it is, like I said a minute ago, why waste the bullets? Pitchers are, I don't know, there's probably a better phrase to use here, but they're a ticking time bomb. They're going to get hurt eventually. At some point, their arms are going to give out, whether it's the shoulder, an elbow. So if you feel like you have a guy like an AJ Smith-Shawver who you feel has good enough stuff to get major league hitters out, why waste those innings at the minor league level if you feel like he has the stuff to get big league hitters out? Because you just never know when that injury might be coming. So for pitchers specifically, you certainly have to have the stuff to get it done. You have to have some sort of, level of maturity to be able to make that jump, and trust and confidence as well in yourself to be able to believe that you can. But kind of where I think things are going, what I think the Braves have done is they're no longer saying, okay, we need to see him, develop this, or we need to see him throw this many pitches. There's some of that. They did that with Waldrop this year. They wanted to see him develop something other than that splitter. But if we believe that you have what it takes on the mound to get big league hitters out, I'm not going to waste those innings in Double-A and Triple-A because we don't know when you're going to get hurt. It's really just a matter of time.
Jake Mastroanni of the Locked On Braves podcast joining us here on the Fan Upstate. Can you give us any updates on Michael Harris's injury situation? He was set to come off of his 10-day IL on Saturday, but he wasn't in the lineup Saturday or Sunday. What's going on with him?
Yeah, I never really thought he'd come back before the All-Star break. Just didn't make sense. You don't want to rush those types of things because you want to make sure it's completely gone before he comes back, because that's something that can become a lingering issue. So didn't really make much sense to bring him back before the All-Star break, just give him those extra days off. I would imagine and hope that it's sometime before the end of July. I know he's doing on-field work and all that here recently, so I'm still hoping it's before the end of July that we see him back. But just when you're messing with those hamstrings, you want to make sure that it is 100% before you came back. Same thing. I know Sean Murphy was not a hamstring, but similar type of thing with that type of injury. You don't want it to be something that lingers all season, so you want to take extra precaution to make sure that you don't rush them back. So Braves need them, certainly. I mean, Kelnick's done a great job in center field defensively and in the leadoff spot, although he's cooled off a bit here lately. But the Braves need Michael Harris back to kind of settle down that outfield and hopefully get him going again. It's been a struggle for him, like a lot of Braves hitters this season.
Jake, it kind of shocked me a little bit to find out that this year baseball is not going to be an Olympic sport. It won't be here in 2024 in the Paris Games. I understand why Major League Baseball doesn't want to send its all-stars, its best players overseas mid-season. But number one, should baseball even be an Olympic sport? Should we be sending minor league guys over? If we're not going to send our best, is there any point in it at all?
I mean, yes, I think so, just because you're still going to grow the game by having it in the event, but it's just the timing of it's not great. I mean, look at the World Baseball Classic. A lot of players, even in that, which seems to get more attention than the Olympics do from a baseball perspective. And we still see a lot of players, at least in the United States, that just aren't willing to risk it in the World Baseball Classic. And obviously going to be the same thing in the Olympics. And you're paying these guys so much money. And as I just said, especially from the pitching standpoint, teams aren't going to want to see their best pitchers going and throwing games in the Olympics and in what they would probably consider somewhat meaningless games for them. But I agree, make it a showcase for some of your minor league players. Could be another way, like we talked about with the draft, to kind of show off some of those top prospects, maybe even college players as well, put them in there. So I do think there is value in having it, but I just don't think you're ever going to get the buy-in from the major league players.
Do other countries, and forgive my ignorance here on this, do other countries, it was a big deal a few months back when, almost a year ago at this point, when Japan won the World Baseball Classic. Do they send their best, or do they find themselves in kind of the same situation where their all-stars are taking those international events off as well?
So, and again, I don't pay attention to the Olympics as much as I do the World Baseball Classic. I know the World Baseball Classic, pretty much all the other countries are sending their best players. I mean, you look with Japan, like you mentioned, Shohei Ohtani went to play in that, as he's getting a record deal to sign with the Dodgers. Ohtani's going to play in that. So for the most part, other countries aren't having the same problem as the United States is and sending its best players. Probably a much longer discussion to talk about why that is, but it doesn't seem to be as big of an issue for other countries to get their best players to participate.
Jake, who do you like tonight in the home run derby?
I mean, it's hard to go against Pete Alonso just because this is what he lives for, and he loves this type of thing. But I want to see, either Gunnar Henderson, Bobby Witt. I want to see one of the young kids, see what they can do. Obviously, you don't want to see Marcel do well, but more importantly, I just want to see his swing be okay for the second half, because he's the one bat that's carried the Braves all year. But I'm looking forward to seeing some of these young guys in it as well.
And my last question here for you, Jake, you're a lifelong baseball fan. I'm sure you've been to dozens and dozens of Major League Baseball games in your lifetime. Can you describe your perfect day at the park, from your arrival time to I've got to make sure I get these 3 items at the concessions? Are you a bring your glove to the park kind of guy when you're going as a fan, maybe not necessarily as a media member? Do you stay the entire game? Like, how does a seasoned vet like you take in live baseball?
Yeah, it's a great question. And it's probably much different now that I have 3 young kids, and before when I was going to the game, just me and my wife or going with a friend, it's very different. But, I think for me, I like to get in the stadium. We're talking about a major league game. I like to get into the stadium about an hour early. I like to get my food beforehand, because for me, and this is again pre-kids, I sit down, I'm sitting there for all 9 innings. So, my wife knows we get to the game, you get everything you need before that first pitch is thrown, because we're not getting up until the game is over. So, that's just kind of an ideal for me, getting there an hour early. I'd love to get there early, and I used to a lot. It's tough now, and you only get to see really the visiting team. I love getting there for warm-ups and batting practice. That's what I used to do a lot. Again, pre-kids and family and everything. So I guess if we're getting ideal, I like to get there extra early, watch batting practice, go get something to eat real quick, sit down in the seat, beautiful afternoon, sitting in the shade somewhere in a hot summer day, and watching some baseball for 9 innings and not going anywhere else.
Yeah, Jake, I learned the hard way. My first foray at Truist Park at a game, I've been to a concert or two there, but that's at night. I messed up, and I sat in the outfield down the third base line for an afternoon game, and I got absolutely baked out there on left field, down the left field line. So if anybody's wondering, at Truist Park in Atlanta, don't make that mistake. Sit down the right field line for an afternoon game. Otherwise, you're going to get absolutely toasted.
Yeah, absolutely. I went and scouted that out first. There was a Georgia Bulldog game there for the first ever Braves game there, and I went and I found out very early you want to sit in the first base right field side.
He is Jake Mastroanni, host of the Locked On Braves podcast, an absolutely fantastic show that you got to listen to. His Minors Mondays are fantastic. You can he really digs deep in what's going on with some of the guys coming up through the system for the Atlanta Braves. Appreciate your time as always. We'll talk to you again in 2 weeks.
All right, thanks, Lisa.
That is Jake Mastroanni of the Locked On Braves podcast. You can find him on Spotify. You can find him on all your favorite platforms. He really is fantastic. And the Atlanta Braves, as we were saying there, it's been a little bit of a tough stretch talking about these Atlanta Braves over the past, probably 2 months, because they have just kind of been spinning their wheels in this. They're getting started, and then they kind of spin out. Then they get going a little bit, and then they spin out. We were talking about there, just 18 home runs in 10 games. That feels like a really good number for the Atlanta Braves. That's averaging just shy of 2 home runs a game. But they're having games where they're getting 2, 3, 4, and then they're having games where they get 0. So the Atlanta Braves may be starting to get the bats going, as he was saying there. Matt Olson still kind of struggling a little bit. Darno hit 2 home runs, I believe, in the Saturday game this past weekend. But hey, that's got to be a little bit promising when some of your guys are starting to hit. We know that hitting in Major League Baseball is contagious, and hopefully they'll be able to get it all back on track. They'll get some of these late inning relievers to start cutting down on the runs that they're giving up, because starting pitching for the Atlanta Braves has been really, really good. Just the late inning relievers and the closers are just not getting it done for the Atlanta Braves. When we come back on the other side of the break, there's a big push in this country to add a sport at the high school level. Could South Carolina be headed down this path as well? We'll get to that next here on the Fan Upstate. Girls football? Huh? Yeah, girls football is coming to the state of Colorado. It's not full contact football. They're not doing that yet. But maybe in the future, Colorado is becoming the 11th state to sanction high school girls flag football. Is that something you want to watch? South Carolina? You tell me. 71307. Start your text with keyword fan. And this is great in the sense that it of course, provides more opportunities for girls to compete in sports. It provides opportunities for players like athletes, basketball players, to play other sports, right? To build skill sets outside of their given sport. It's always a good thing. We've talked on the show a lot of times about players who are now hyper specializing, and then they're finding themselves getting hurt down the line, right? Like if you are playing nothing but travel ball baseball, or you're playing nothing but travel basketball, well, you end up kind of building up at a very young age those repetitive injuries that do come back to hurt you. So Colorado is working on, they have just sanctioned girls high school flag football. This is all pushed through by some of the ownership group for the Denver Broncos that have helped get the pilot program off the ground. They voted, the Colorado High School Athletic Association voted 57-9 to sanction the sport beginning the 2024-2025 school year. I do wonder how high schools in the state of Colorado think they're going to fund something like this, right? This is money's going to have to come from somewhere to get this thing going. Flags ain't cheap, right? you gotta buy uniforms. You got to rent space to go out and practice. This is going to be really interesting to watch how this happens. I reached out to Charlie Winsky, deputy director for the South Carolina High School League, to ask if there are any plans to maybe explore adding girls flag football in the state of South Carolina. He replied, I really appreciate him getting back to me quickly. Currently, we do not have any proposals to add girls flag football. If we have 16 schools competing in this sport and a school requests it to be added the following year, we would go through the process of taking it to the South Carolina High School League Executive Committee to vote on adding it, just like we have sports in the past, boys volleyball, lacrosse, etc. So South Carolina, are you interested? Do you want it? Is this something that you want your daughters participating in? Girls flag football at the organized high school level. I think it's great as far as Title IX goes. I think it's going to be really difficult to find sponsorships when it's already difficult enough to get a lot of things sponsored. But hey, all it takes is a few good Samaritans, right? It takes a few people who really want to support, especially if you've got daughters who want to play this sport, to get this thing off the ground. I think it's very possible to get this thing going. So you tell me, 71307, start your text with keyword fan. Do you want your daughters playing football? Do you want your daughters playing this sport? I mean, it's not a contact-free sport. It is a lower contact sport, but do you want it? Is that something you South Carolinians want to see? And I question, is it sexist for it to be flag football instead of full contact football? Like, is it sexist to say we don't have enough people who want to compete? We don't have enough girls who want to go out there and slam into each other at full speed. We need to make this thing a little easier, right? A little daintier. Let's do flag football instead. I question, if flag football isn't sexist, if smaller basketballs for girls in the WNBA isn't sexist, why is lowering the rim in women's basketball sexist? We brought that up on this station a couple of times in the past, and the pushback is always pretty considerable on lowering the rim for women's basketball and reintroducing slam dunks in women's basketball. But I mean, is it sexist to change the sport of football, but to not change the sport of basketball? 71307, start your text with keyword fan. On TV right now, they're showing a lot of the buildup to Major League Baseball. The All-Star Home Run Derby is tonight. We talked to Jake Mastroanni of the Locked On Braves podcast in the very last segment. He doesn't seem too excited about putting Ozuna out there and potentially having him hurt himself. He's just like, take it easy. That's when this thing sort of starts to fall apart, right? When the All-Star game starts to fall apart, it's not important for these guys to go out there and compete at the highest level. I do question if maybe the All-Star game is going to really start falling off over the next couple of years. Trey on the stream says the wrestler, The Undertaker, said his daughter is on a travel flag football team. He says it's a rapidly growing sport. Really interesting. I mean, I think it very well could be popular here in the state of South Carolina. And if you guys want it, it's very simple. As the gentleman from the South Carolina High School League, Charlie Winsky, told me, if you want it, all you got to do is go through the process to get this thing voted on and to get it added. And then boom, we could have high school organized flag football in the state of South Carolina. There you go. 71307. Start your text with keyword fan. I'm Diesel. Cole Bryson is out sick today, so I'm rolling solo, completely by myself. You know, normally, like when you listen to the Jim Rome show, when you listen to national shows, they have like 8 people, 9 people in there running a show. On our best days here on the Fan Upstate and Wire to Wire, we have 2 people. Well, today it's me rolling solo, just me and you Tolos. Text in 71307, talking there about high school girls flag football. Is that something you want here in the state of South Carolina? It's also today the start of SEC Media Days. So much going on out there. We had Greg Sankey with his opening comments talking about what football does in the state, in America, bringing us all together. You have to think that a lot of these early comments were based on what we saw over the weekend, just a really scary event in Pennsylvania where someone took a shot at former President Donald Trump. Here was Greg Sankey's statement at SEC Media Days today, and I think he just absolutely nailed this.
And on Saturdays in this country, for decade after decade, people come together. We actually need more of what we do in college sports. And in college sports and in college football in particular, we know, what, there's an opponent on the field, and spread across a stadium, there's a peril from the opposing teams, one dominant, one in the minority. But in those stadiums, I've stood with sometimes 100,000 or more to sing the national anthem, sometimes thinking that the entire stadium is actually participating. I've joined in those stadiums as you watch maybe a Chinook helicopter fly over, a B-2 bomber, or an F-22, just amazed. And then celebrated a little bit later in the game when during a break we stop and we bring the flight crew onto the field and celebrate them for their service. I've heard the absolute silence in a crowd of thousands of people revved up and ready to go, who stand for a moment to honor someone we've lost. We actually need more of those unifying moments in this country, and that's why I say again, we need more of what college football does in this nation.
Expansion? Huh? Did he say more games? No, he didn't say more games, but Greg Sankey absolutely nailed it. They're saying that that college football and sports in general has a way of bringing people together. And man, I'm telling you, without getting too far into it, I saw just so much negativity on social media over the weekend. Just kind of a bad place to be over the weekend, right? Sports couldn't get here fast enough to bring us all back together from just terrible events like we saw over the weekend. But Greg Sankey there, just 100% dead right. I don't typically agree with a lot of what Greg Sankey has to say or wants to do with the sport of college football, because a lot of what he wants to do is very self-serving for the SEC and for his member institutions. It's not for the greater good, right? What Greg Sankey wants to do isn't necessarily going to benefit the Sun Belt or Conference USA or the American Athletic Conference. He wants to make his member institutions richer, but he's dead on with what he had to say there. Some really funny moments that happened today at SEC Media Day, which kicked off today in Dallas. We're gonna have Chris Phillips on the show at 5:20 because he is boots on the ground in Dallas to talk about what it is he's experiencing. Nick Saban almost didn't get in to SEC Media Days. Obviously, he spent a lot of time at SEC Media Days on the podium representing Alabama, representing LSU. But today, Nick Saban forgot his credential, and they hassled him at the door, which I love, right? I mean, anybody could make themselves look like Nick Saban a little bit and try to sneak into this thing. And I'm sure it's happened before. People putting on disguises, people putting on gear for a school and claiming that they represent a school. Obviously, with Nick Saban, you look at his face and you're like, oh, that's Nick Saban. But just a really funny story coming out of SEC Media Day that Nick Saban was hassled at the door for not having his credentials. One of my favorite stories from Marty Smith, who works for ESPN, who covers NASCAR. He said he talked about years ago, one of his first assignments with NASCAR. He was traveling from Indianapolis to Charlotte the day of, I believe it was the Coca-Cola 600, or it could have been to Daytona. Really doesn't matter. Either way, he was on a helicopter with Richard Petty, and they arrived in the infield to go do what they had to do at this track. And when they got off the helicopter, one of the guys, the personnel on the ground said, okay, credentials are over this way, garage is over that way. And Richard Petty turned and went straight to the garage. And Marty Smith said, hey, no, King, we got to go over here. We got to get our credentials. And you can't see this if you're not watching on the stream, obviously, but Richard Petty makes a circle around his face with his finger. And he said, here's my credential right here. I just absolutely love that story. Nick Saban was on one today, man. I think, people look at Nick Saban and they think, here's this rough, gruff, intimidating, mean, angry kind of guy because, well, yeah, he was that a lot of times as the head coach of Alabama, but he's also a fun guy. I think a lot of these dudes are, right? A lot of these coaches, they are hard-nosed competitors. And once you get them out of being a competitor, they get to just be men, right? They just get to be humans. They get to show off their personality. And Nick Saban had a really funny exchange with Paul Finebaum early this morning to start SEC Media Days. All of this came on the show Get Up with Mike Greenberg. This was Paul Finebaum very early today in the festivities at SEC Media Day on Get Up with Mike.
This is self-serving here. Since January 10th, this has been the worst 6 months of my life without Nick Saban. I wanted to get that off my chest as we begin the college football season.
Paul Finebaum, he has run afoul of the station a couple of times, throwing some shade at some shows here on this station. But Paul Finebaum, a lot of people think he is he's an Alabama homer. And sure, he's made his career off of stoking the flames between Alabama and Auburn fans. But a lot of people don't realize that Mr. Ears himself, Paul Finebaum, is a Tennessee grad. He's not an Alabama fan or at all. He just knows where his bread is buttered. But he said, this has been the worst 6 months of my career without Nick Saban since he's retired. Nick Saban responded to that by saying,
Well, he tried to ruin mine for 17 years, so I guess we're even.
Oh, man, I just love when these guys finally get to show off a little bit of personality. Where was this Nick Saban more often? This fun, jovial, trash-talking Nick Saban when he was still the head coach at the University of Alabama. We got fired up Nick Saban. We got slamming his fist against the table Nick Saban. But now that he's an analyst, he gets to just go out there and be fun, man. Crack jokes, cut people down. It's fun, man. I love seeing this side of Nick Saban at SEC Media Day. And again, we are going to go to Chris Phillips of SEC Unfiltered coming up at 5:20 after the 5 o'clock fight, where I'll have Rob Brown from the Rob Brown Show joining me. Hey, when we come back, we know that the upstate, that the region of the Southeast, especially this I-85 corridor, is blowing up. But if you're one of those people who hates the growth in the upstate, I'm going to give you a little bit of ammunition, a little bit of something to throw back at the people who say things like expand at all costs. I'll get to that next on the Fan Upstate. Man, apologies to you Tolos who have been texting in through the entire show. I haven't seen them. And it's not my fault. I'm going to blame technology for this. I had the text line open on a different computer, on a different web browser, and it was saying there's no new messages. None. And then I open it up on the web browser that I'm used to using, and bam, there you all are. You Tolos who have come through. I thought you'd abandoned me. But that's not true. You Tolos have been all over it today on the show. 71307. Start your text with keyword fan. Let me catch up on what you've had to say throughout the show. Some of this may feel a little out of context, and I'll try to remember what it was that we were talking about earlier in the show. Texter said, "Did you see where Nick forgot his credentials and they almost didn't let the GOAT into media days?" Yeah, man, that's fun. Look. It kind of reminds me a little bit of the Scotty Scheffler situation when he obviously got arrested outside of the golf course at Valhalla. I don't expect somebody who's working the event staff. I don't expect all of them to know who all of these figures are just by looking at their face. I mean, I've worked event staff for concerts that I didn't know who the bands were. The lead singer of the band who's worth $1 million could walk right up to me and I wouldn't have a clue who it was that I was looking at. So look, if Edna, the retired school teacher, is working security at the front desk and she wasn't like, "Oh, Nick Saban, sir, legendary coach of Alabama, multiple time national champion," walks up to her, she wouldn't know. She wouldn't have a clue. But that's funny though. That is funny. And it's great that, Nick Saban could laugh about it. It's great that in his very first SEC media days as a media member, he struggled to get into the event. Those of us who have ever worked in sports media, who have ever been credentialed for an event, know what that's like. You get there and a lot of times you're picking up your credentials at will call and you don't know for sure until you drive all the way down there if they've got your credentials, if they're sitting there waiting on you or not. I mean, they're not going to believe you when you say, "Oh, I emailed so-and-so about these credentials. You should let me in. Why aren't my credentials here?" They're going to be like, "Sorry, sir, your credentials aren't here. Have a nice day. Get lost." So Nick Saban having to struggle to get into SEC media days. That's a lot of fun. Clemson and FSU are going to the Big 12. Says a texter. Yeah, texter, here's the deal with that, man. We've been seeing a lot of information without a whole lot of backing about Clemson and Florida State to the Big 12. I'm not saying it's impossible, but I don't think it's possible, right? I mean, all of this came out of a radio show host, Greg Swaim, who's got a ton of followers. I mean, he's got a massive social media account. Our good friend Jake Crane from Crane and Company, he led his show with it, I think on Thursday or Friday of last week. It was the thumbnail to his video. But it doesn't seem like there's a ton of big name reporters talking about this, right? Like Brett McMurphy is not talking about this. I go to Brett McMurphy because, number one, that guy is almost always first when there's a big breaking story. When he tweets it, it's real. Brett McMurphy hasn't tweeted anything about this. I'm not saying he's the one and only guy. He's not the voice of God when it comes to major changes in college football, but he's close. He's right there. People always go to him. Now, would it be possible in the sense of the finances? That's where it gets a little sticky. We talked about this last week. Florida State in December estimated that it would cost them $500 million to get out of their ACC commitments, or it would total cost them. That includes, the exit fee and the grant of rights for the next, 12 years or so. Cost them a lot of money. And the Big 12, which has flirted with private equity, is a private equity partner willing to pay $500 million for Florida State? Are they willing to chip in another $500 million? Are they willing to put $1 billion on the table to get Clemson and Florida State? I'm not sure that those two are worth it financially. Competitively, yeah. It puts you back. I think it brings the Big 12 closer to where the Big 10 and the SEC are. The problem is it doesn't surpass them. It surpasses where you are. If you're a Clemson and a Florida State fan, the Big 12, as currently constructed with you and Florida State in it, is a better conference than the ACC as currently constructed. But, you know, are you better? Are you even on par with the SEC and Big 10 competitively? No, you're not. So you're still in third place. You're just closer to second place than you were, which is still pretty far away. They could certainly pay a lot more money and double your media rights. And so you can make up some of the financial gap and still be competitive with Big 10 and SEC programs. But that's going to be tougher and tougher to do as time goes along, and their money keeps growing and your money stays the same. That's where the ACC has to be pooping in their pants right now and saying, we've got to do something major, drastic to raise the amount of money that we're providing for our institutions, or they will leave us. Like they can look at that grant of rights being over in 2036 and say, our conference will die on this day if we don't do something drastic to make a ton of money for this conference. So, you know, it's time to start bringing in some partners. It's time to start selling patches on these jerseys, baby. You know, you got to do something to make up that money in the ACC, or you will absolutely watch this conference crumble in 12 years. So let's see. Let's go to this texter. This is when we started talking about flag football in sports. The government will fund it because the trans will dominate the sport. Okay. Men would dominate women's flag football. There's a video of an NFL wide receiver. Can't remember who it is off the top of my head. Who was going up against girls doing flag football. He returned a punt against girls in flag football and just juked them all out of their shoes, had them laying on the turf because they couldn't even come close to keeping up with him. I can't remember which one of those players it was. Maybe Tyreek Hill, I think, might have been. Let's see. Proud Dad texted and said, my daughter already plays NFL flag in Spartanburg with mostly boys. Bring it on. Okay, there, you're interested in it. Amazon guy says, just got home to play NCAA 25. Is today the day? I think it is. Today's the day that NCAA football 2025 has hit the shelves. I'm sure a lot of you are, hopefully you're playing the game and you're streaming me in the background. That'd be great. Texter says, what time is Chris Phillips today? Just heard something about that. That's 5:20. Another texter here says, I miss Cole. I miss Cole too, texter. You know, the beauty is in the banter, as Chris Phillips likes to say. It's us going back and forth at each other with you in tow that makes this show a lot of fun. So, you know, being solo in here doing it all by myself, I'm missing something. I'm missing Cole Bryson being here. Texter says, wow, Diesel, ears himself. Yeah, Paul Finebaum is ears himself. Texter says, is it a coincidence that Cole is sick the same day EA 25 comes out? Maybe, Texter, but I don't think Cole Bryson has a PS5. So unless he's just gone and thrown $500 down at the last minute, I think Cole Bryson is legitimately sick. He said he went to a Mexican restaurant and ate some bad Mexican food. And hey, we've all been there. When we come back, Rob Brown of the Rob Brown Show going to join me for the segment we do every day at 5 o'clock. The 5 o'clock fight will be next. Rob Brown on the show joining in with the 5 o'clock fight. And then again at 5:20, Chris Phillips of SEC Unfiltered, who is boots on the ground in Dallas at SEC Media Day. He's going to come on to talk about what he's seen and heard and smelled and tasted in Dallas. Riding solo here today on a Monday on the Fan Upstate, and I share that distinction with my good friend Rob Brown of the Rob Brown Show, who is now joining me live on the stream, who did the exact same thing this morning. You were riding solo because Zoe was. What's going on, man? Are Zoe and Cole Bryson playing hooky on us today? Are they taking a road trip up to the city and seeing the sights, and we're here doing all the work? What's going on?
Lonzo is, I believe, Diesel, currently sitting on a beach in his Speedo right now, getting the sun on the cheeks.
Not an image that I needed.
I didn't say you needed it. I just said you asked me what's happening. That's what happened. He's sitting right now somewhere, a few virgin strawberry daiquiris deep with the sun's out, guns out on the beach.
I don't know what's whiter, Lonzo's cheeks or that wall behind your head. I think both of them bright as can be, shining in the sun. I mean, I'm not talking about all the stuff behind you. I'm talking about the wall behind you. I don't want to imagine how just pearly white Lonzo's cheeks are. But hey, you and I rocking it solo today on the Fan Upstate. Appreciate you jumping in for what is the most interactive segment on this show each and every day. It is the 5 o'clock fight. I can't argue by myself because then that's just weird. So I bring on Rob Brown and we do the 5 o'clock fight.
It's an all-out slugfest, and nobody's leaving unscathed. 3 topics, 1 winner. It's the 5 o'clock fight on Wire to Wire with Diesel and Cole Bryson on the Fan Upstate.
And Rob, since you're new here, I'm going to let you go first on each of these 5 o'clock fight topics. The rules are very simple. We have to disagree. So whatever it is you say, whatever point it is you try to make, I have to immediately try to refute you and come up with a better argument. And then the Tolos who are listening online, who are listening over the air, who are watching us on the stream, they will comment who wins each round of the 5 o'clock fight. It's super simple. How people do that is they text in 71307, starting their text with keyword fan. They could also just get into the comment section on Facebook and on YouTube, because as you learned today, you sent me an email earlier today. Thanks, Elon. He cut us off. We can't go live on Twitter anymore. And yes, it is now officially back to Twitter in my mind, because screw you, Elon. You did this without telling us. And here we are. We're stuck in a room where we have to pay you if we want to be live on your platform. That sucks.
I think it's garbage that you've got build spaceship for fun money, but you still need my $9.99 a month, bud. Really? Elon, I think you're doing okay, pal. I think you can let Diesel and I continue to communicate with planet Earth as you send up big metal tubes to orbit around it. Leave me alone, Elon. Let me alone.
Here we go with round number 1.
Round 1, fight.
Rob, what is a weirder hobby? And I ask you this question because I feel like you and I are like both right there on the edge of being into both of these things. What's a weirder hobby? LARPing or professional Quidditch, which is now officially known as quad ball. They don't call it Quidditch because I guess that's too nerdy. We can't go that far. But which one of these things is weirder?
Professional Quidditch is leaps and bounds weirder. And to be honest with you, this is so bad. I think it should be the first 5 o'clock fight that it's like the 5 o'clock cordial agreement, to be honest with you. Because here's the thing. Rob Brown plays Dungeons and Dragons. As a matter of fact, all of my D&D books are right down here. I've got loads. I got a whole bag down here. You won't appreciate this. You're going to think I'm even bigger of a dork than you already do, Diesel. But I have right here an original copy of first edition Dungeons and Dragons Dungeon Master's Guide. All right, this is like published in 1979, and I own a copy. All LARPing is D&D plus like stupid costumes. That's all. Like, it's the same thing. You're D&Ding. You're out there having a good time with your friends. All right. Is it nerdy? Yes. But maybe leave people alone. Here's the problem with Quidditch. The game doesn't work if you're not flying, and the game doesn't work if the little golden snitch doesn't fly too, right? Like, it's not everything that you want to do to play Quidditch there's already a game for it. All right. Like there's already football. There's already basketball. If you're playing with the Golden Snitch, there's already Keep Away and another game that we used to have a different name for that you can't say in 2024. Like just play those games. You cannot play Quidditch without the ability to freaking fly.
Well, it's not Quidditch, Rob. It's quad ball. It's not the same thing. It's quad ball now. So it's a version of Quidditch. But see, Quidditch or quad ball, excuse me, actually makes a tiny bit of sense to me because you got people wearing uniforms. They've got rules. There's somebody telling you when to start and when to stop. But when it comes to LARPing, you could see a dude out there wearing an 8-foot tall costume lumbering around like he's made of stone. And then you got somebody dressed as a fairy right next to him being like, zoom, I'm going to zap you with my wand and you're going to go down because this is LARPing. That doesn't make any sense to me, right? So at least Quidditch makes a tiny bit of sense. It's not a sport. I don't want to. There's defense in it, and I know you're going to be like, "Well, your definition of a sport is as if there's defense." I use the term very loosely when it comes to quad ball. Quad ball is a sport, and that makes a tiny bit of sense to me.
No. I appreciate your effort. I really do. If you want to go with that, then by definition,
are you going to throw sparkles at me out of that sack?
No, this is actually my bag full of Dungeons and Dragons dice for when
a bag full of those.
Me and the folks get together. If you want to play by that rule, technically, and I love to lean on technically, LARPing is a sport too. Technically speaking, there are offenses and defenses. There are spells that have different scores based on what it is that you do and how you cast them and the range you cast them at, etc. So if your argument is, well, it's a sport, then so by definition is LARPing. At least with LARPing, you're like having fun because the Quidditch thing, like if you're not on a broom, quad ball.
Yeah. Get it right.
You know why? You know why they call it quad ball? Because they called it Quidditch, and everybody was like, "That's real dumb, dude. That's real dumb. Don't call it that because that's not what it is." I get it. There's some level of athletic. If you want to lean on anything, you can lean Diesel on. At least you've got to have some level of athleticism. Whereas big fat dorks like Rob Brown can go LARP, but LARPing at least there's some method to the mayhem as opposed to quad ball, which is just a bunch of made up dumb stuff. Let me be a warlock in peace. Thank you very much.
Plus, at least with quad ball, you have to play with that stick between your legs. You could end up pole vaulting yourself square in the nads and really injuring yourself. I don't know that anybody's ever been injured in LARPing when you just hit somebody with a foam sword or tell them, I hit you with a spell. You must fall down now. So
I mean, the rules are the rules. Have some respect for the rules, Diesel. By the way, look, there's my favorite D&D dice, the black and gold metallic. It's a good looking die.
You have me a black and gold. Here we go. Round 2 of the 5 o'clock fights.
Round 2, fight.
Ignoring the problematic nature, Rob, of Fortune 500 companies getting involved in NIL, which I genuinely believe is coming in a big way, is Phil Knight offering his $33 billion personal fortune to Oregon and their NIL efforts to buy a national championship selfish or selfless? Because the 250,000 living alumni of Oregon, University of Oregon, would be very happy to win a title.
Let's boil this down to its core. First off, it is selfless, and let's boil it down to why. The reaction you're having to it is an emotional reaction. You just don't like it, right? But there's no other world, there's no other business in which we complain about this, right? Like we don't complain when the Mets and the Yankees have a payroll that's twice as big as the Royals. We don't complain when Patrick Mahomes is getting paid more money than anyone else on God's green earth. We don't complain forget any other business. We don't complain in any other sport when this happens. This is the one sport that we're like, no, I don't want these people to be better off. I want them to be worse off. I want them to have less money and less resources. Why? Because it hurts my fee-fees when they get paid, and I don't like it. If Phil Knight wants to run it like a business, So can T-Boone Pickens. I don't know if he's still alive or not, but he's always my go-to example. So can whatever the most famous alum at your school is at Appalachian State. I'm sure there's some old moonshine family that's still in charge. They can do it too if they want. Anybody can do it, right? It would only be selfish if Phil Knight was doing something that only Phil Knight's allowed to do and nobody else is. Every other school is on the exact same set of rules and protocols and regulations. It's selfless.
Well, it's selfish in the sense that this man is 86 years old and he wants nothing more than for himself and for himself only to see Oregon win a national championship. I'm not saying if I had the means that I might not make big old donations to my school's NIL as well. But for a guy who's devoted his life to sports, and I guarantee you, Rob has spent a lot of money advertising things like fairness and selflessness in sports, to then say, hey, guess what? I have more money than almost anybody, and I'm going to go buy a national championship for my school before I die. He's doing it for himself. He's not doing it for the other 249,999 living alumni for the University of Oregon. He is doing it solely for himself so that he can see his alma mater raise that trophy one time before he dies.
Have you ever bought a ticket to go watch your football team play and held that ticket aloft and went, I'm doing this for the betterment of mankind? Everything we do in sports is for us, man. Like, he's not different than you or me or anybody else. Of course he wants to see us win his title. So do you. So do I. So does every other fan. It's just that Phil Knight has Nike money and Diesel and I hope I've got enough money in the couch cushions to buy another tank of gas money. That's the only difference.
I've got enough money for every time my alma mater calls me and asks me for money. I hang up quickly because I can't let the phone bill run up too much, and I can't afford to stay on the phone with them for a half an hour to tell them no. I just tell them no quickly. It's the 5 o'clock fight. We got one more to go. If you find yourself on the fence, 50-50 round one for one of us, round two for the other. We got one more to go.
Final round. Fight.
This is something, Rob, that we're seeing play out right now in the upstate. There's a couple of new fast food restaurants opening all over the upstate. Whataburger is everywhere. So go with me in this hypothetical scenario, if you will. 2 new fast food restaurants are opening up in your town at the same time. One serves burgers. The other serves fried chicken. Which one are you spending your money on first?
Oh, fried chicken. I'm a fried chicken guy. Here's the thing. If any fried chicken joint opens in my hood, it's not going to matter because there's a Popeyes already right down the road, and Popeyes is the GOAT chicken establishment. I'll hear no argument nor debate because
it's
you're
the
wrong.
shiznit. We learned that from Adam Sandler's Little Nicky.
He was absolutely correct. Popeyes is indeed the best. So the thing is, if you're going to open a fried chicken joint in my hood, you better bring the heat. You better bring some legendary chicken, because I will drive, and this is true, and it's true because I do it every time I want chicken. I will drive past 3 other fast food chicken joints to get to a Popeyes. All right. That's how good it is. Now, the burger thing's interesting, Diesel, because like any direction driver 2-iron, there's a good burger. All right. A lot of good neighborhood bar and grills, a lot of good dive bars that got a good burger. But if you're talking like, I'm on the way to work, I got 10 minutes to make a 12-minute drive and I got to eat something, the burger is more practical. All right. It's a little easier to go with, but good fried chicken, Diesel, good fried chicken will melt the ice of even my cold, dark heart. So chicken's the correct answer here.
No, Rob, you're dead wrong about this, because there is only one chicken restaurant that has space in my heart and my arteries. That would be Bojangles. They have fantastic chicken. Everyone else is just imitating. Everybody else's chicken is exactly the same. It's weak. It's subpar. But here's the thing. When it comes to a delicious burger, a fast food burger, because that's the example we're going with here. We're not talking about neighborhood bars and grills. We're talking fast food restaurants. Burgers seemingly are very difficult to get right when it comes to fast food. A lot of them, it's just overcooked. It's bland. They're thin. They're flat. They're tasteless. They're salty, whatever it might be. They're just not that great. So I want to know, I have to know if there's a place that I could go to get a GOAT level fast food burger. I'm talking pick it up from the drive-through window, fast food burger. So I'm going there first because I want to know if I'm going to have my life changed by this restaurant because they serve fantastic burgers. There you go. That is the 5 o'clock fight. To recap, round one, what's a weirder hobby, LARPing or Quidditch? Rob says Quidditch is weirder because, well, it's not actual Quidditch. I say LARPing is weirder because you can have somebody who's a 4'2" sprite take down somebody who's dressed as a boulder because magic system, and we all agreed at the outset of this thing that magic spell takes down man made of rock. I don't understand it.
That's not necessarily true. If he's got like cast of armor on, if he's got like oaken armor on, then he's probably got like a +2 defense against magic. And then it really depends on the magic spell, the level at which it's cast, and what your natural roll is. You go nat 20, you're probably. Oh, is that not what you wanted to do here?
I thought you just hit each other with foam swords in LARPing. I didn't know there was all of this.
No, man. Like there's all sorts of numbers that, like, here's the other thing about D&D and therefore LARPing. You got to like be able to do math on the fly too. So if nothing else, parents, D&D makes your kids smarter too.
The only thing I know about LARPing, I learned from the movie Role Models. And I thought, man, you know what? I want to dress up as a member of the KISS Army and go out there with swords and whack people too. That sounds like a lot of fun. Round two, Phil Knight putting his $33 billion personal fortune on the line for Oregon to go win a national championship. Rob says it's completely selfless, because a lot of college football players are going to make a lot of money off of Phil Knight, which they already are. I say it's selfish because the dude is just going to buy a title for him. It's not for everybody else. It's for him. He can do a lot more with $33 billion than just go buy a national championship for his Oregon Ducks. And the final round, 2 new fast food restaurants are opening up in your town. One's a burger joint. The other one's a chicken joint. Which one are you going to first? Rob says chicken. I say burgers. Let's go to the comment section on the stream and find out what you guys are saying. Let's see here. Madcraft says, hell yeah, Rob, rock on. Zach Grant says, Rob, you're so thin. Well, that's because he's doing a fantastic job with his weight loss endorsement.
42.
Congratulations to you.
Gun. Let's go.
Wow. Let's see. Madcraft says LARPing equals old age paintball. I guess paintball for people whose joints are already hurting, so they don't want to get shot. Zach Grant says, I want to LARP so bad. Let's see here. Questions. You guys are just asking Rob a lot of questions because you're excited to have Rob on the show today, not necessarily giving your your votes for the 5 o'clock fight. Let's see. Steven wants to know, Rob, are you enjoying NCAA football right now? Or are you already playing the game?
So let me tell you the worst thing that's happening in my life right now. The best thing that's happening in my life is Diesel knows, because he knows my lovely fiance, is that I'm getting married in September. The worst thing in my life, Diesel, is that I have to pay to get married in September. And it turns out, who knew, that crap is freaking expensive. And unfortunately, Rob Brown is still on the Xbox One. He is not next-gen console yet. So I quite literally told about 30 minutes ago, was on the phone with said fiance, and I said to her, if you have ever, and I mean ever, questioned my love for you, please know that the fact that I did not go to Costco today and pick up a PS5 and a copy of college football so that I can make sure the photographer is paid for the wedding. If you've ever questioned my love, know that the sacrifice that I am making right now, while all my friends are already playing and putting their gameplay clips on Twitter and on Facebook, the fact that I am not is the biggest sacrifice I have ever made in my life, Diesel. In my life, I'm sitting here watching all my guys play, and I'm at home twiddling my thumbs because I don't have a next gen yet. And yes, before you hit me up and go, it's already on Facebook Marketplace, Rob, just buy. All the prices got jacked up even there because the stupid game's coming out today. So I am putting off my own happiness and well-being and mental stability for my fiance, Diesel, because
it's just debt, man. We all work in radio. We all have ballooning credit card debt. Just add, what's another $600 added to your credit card balance? Okay, let's get to actual votes here. Whit Venison, thank you for jumping in. I think this is our first time seeing Whit jump on. He says, round 1, Rob. Round 2, Rob. Round 3, Rob, the guest with the sweep. The hell? For the disrespect on our own show. Madcraft says Rob wins round 1 and 2. Diesel wins round 3. Still getting my ass kicked. Brandon Lee says Culver's Butterburgers are goated. Yeah,
Ooh.
Brandon, Culver's Butterburgers are goated. Look at us doing all these free endorsements. Madcraft says the Popeyes endorsement really disturbed me. And Stephen Webb asked, did Cole take the day off to get one of the first burgers from the Boiling Springs Whataburger? That's a very good. He may be in a burger coma in the parking lot at Whataburger right now, and we just don't know. On the text line, let's see here. Texter says, fan, round 1 goes to Diesel. Round 2 goes to Rob. Round 3 goes to Jacob. What the hell, man? What the hell? I'm getting my ass kicked on this. Let's see. Round 1, Rob. Round 2, Rob. Round 3, Diesel. I think the fake Quidditch people changed the name to Quadrillion because they don't like J.K. Rowling. I know, Rob, you're enough of a nerd to actually have an opinion on this.
Yeah, that's not entirely true. That name got changed before J.K. Rowling went on her Cancel Me 2024 tour, but that name had already been changed. It effectively got changed because of people making fun of Quidditch. Like, it was a way to tell all the people that want to play Quidditch that you're playing Quidditch without having people showing up and screaming nerd at you like you're a member of Lambda Lambda Lambda.
Let's see. Corn Chip texts in and says, I missed the fight since I was on the phone, but I will arbitrarily give Diesel the sweep, and I'll take it.
Stop.
Thank you, Corn Chip. He came out to our show last week.
Telling me, Diesel, is the only way you won is from a judge who didn't watch the fight. What are you, boxing?
He still gets a vote, Cole.
Boxing?
You telling me that everybody who's going to vote in November knows all the issues? No, it doesn't matter. You vote for who you like. So thank you, Corn Chip. And I thank you, Rob Brown, for stepping in with me for about 16, 17 minutes on the show today to do the 5 o'clock fight. Your show back on tomorrow morning. Are you solo, rocking it again solo tomorrow?
Who the hell knows, dude? Does any of us know what's going on until it's time to push the button and start the show? Like, maybe not. Either way, we'll be on the air from 6 to 10 a.m. tomorrow, just like always. It'll be a stellar show one way or the other, I hope and dream.
Hey, maybe the meteor will hit before the show starts, and none of us will have to do another solo show. I appreciate your time today. Thank you very much. When we come back, Chris Phillips of SEC Unfiltered, who is on the ground in Dallas, will join us to talk what he's seeing at SEC Media Day #1. Thank you, Rob. Catch you later, my friend. Wire to Wire back in just a minute on the Fan Upstates.
with Diesel and Cole Bryson on the Fan Upstate.
Diesel riding solo today, but that doesn't mean we take a day off with our extra special list of guests. We bring on now Chris Phillips of SEC Unfiltered, who, Chris, I just want to know, how many times have you pinched yourself today? Because you've been at Omaha at the College World Series just a couple of weeks ago. Now you're in Dallas for SEC Media Day. It's got to feel like, just a dream come true, having all of these things happen for you in such a quick succession of time.
Yeah, Diesel, first things first, I appreciate you having me on, man. It's always a pleasure to sit down and chat with you. And yeah, it's been an incredible experience, man. Obviously, I can pinch myself a lot of times and remind myself we're just in month 7 of this SEC Unfiltered journey. And obviously to be here, I had a similar message last year, Diesel, so around so many talented creators and people in the space, the very tops of the college football space and college sports space. It's just so cool to be surrounded by like-minded individuals and take the opportunity to network and get to know them better, and people that I've had on the show and others I've interacted with, say, on social media. And then, of course, you can't forget the great coaches and players as well that we get the opportunity to sit down and ask questions with, and got to ask Lane Kiffin a question in the big room there a little bit earlier. So, no, it's an experience, certainly, Diesel, that I'll never take for granted, and, have great perspective on that front.
So, Chris, let's start from the very top of the SEC, and let's start from the very beginning of the day. Can you read between the lines a little bit? What did you make of Greg Sankey's comments earlier when he was asked about realignment, essentially saying that we're not recruiting any new programs, but we are sort of monitoring what's going on over there? With Greg Sankey, you always have to read between the lines because he's not going to come out and say directly what it is he's doing or planning.
Yeah, I think Diesel, Greg Sankey is always going to present a unified front and a strong front. I think he essentially serves not just as the commissioner of the SEC, but effectively the commissioner of college football is what it really feels like. But yeah, I think he made a strong message today, Diesel, just saying that, we're happy at 16 teams. We're planning the future around 16 teams. And, I think he's making the statement that, the whole Florida State Clemson thing that's taking place right now, rumors of them going to the Big 12, I think that's essentially him saying if it's a shopping contest, they have no interest, right? And for whatever reason, that's the case. Whether they look at it and say from a market share perspective, we're already in the state of Florida, we're already in the state of South Carolina, we don't need to be in there any further, whatever it may be. And I think the SEC, we had this conversation earlier today, Diesel. I do think that the SEC can still be the best conference in the country, staying at 16 teams. And I wonder what the Big 12, what they may look like with a 20-team super league, if you will, if that's what it gets to. But, listen, Greg Sankey, you can always expect him, like I mentioned, to be, what he is, which is the leader of the SEC, and, again, present a strong front. I think he did that. But certainly interesting comments in this world that, you're almost sitting there waiting, expecting, hey, we're going to get more news about expansion. There's going to be even more of that coming. And he shoots that down rather early. So I thought that was interesting. And just kind of staying focused and locked in on the 16 teams. And, of course, the 2 new members, that being Texas and Oklahoma.
Chris Phillips, SEC Unfiltered, joining us here on Wire to Wire with Diesel and Cole Bryson. Make sure you look him up on Twitter, on Facebook, all of your favorite platforms. You can find his content. He's doing a fantastic job with SEC Unfiltered. Brian Kelly, one of the first to go this morning. He's in year 3 in Baton Rouge. He's got everything he could possibly want as far as resources and fan support goes. Not saying in any way, shape, or form that Brian Kelly is on the hot seat or let alone even the warm seat. But in your mind, what is the minimum Brian Kelly has to achieve this year to keep LSU fans from getting a little bit restless? Because it can happen quickly.
Diesel, to your point, it can happen very quickly, right? I think LSU fans will be restless if they miss the college football playoff. I think that's the simplest way to put it. Now, how does it look, right? Context is really, really important, Diesel. If they go 9-3 and, you have some just hard-fought games, tough games that you lose, I don't think LSU fans will be happy necessarily, but maybe they'll be understanding. Anything worse than 9-3, I think fans are going to be really restless, and the questions about Brian Kelly are going to come up. Hey, what do we really have in this guy? Because fairly or unfairly, Diesel, year 3 is the year, and we've heard your previous co-host talk about this a lot when he was on these airwaves, but it's across college football as well. Year 3 is the year where you're kind of defined as a head coach. Again, fairly or unfairly, do you pop or do you not? Most coaches in the SEC, you look back over the history of their tenures, Diesel, if they were going to pop, if they were going to win an SEC championship, if they were going to compete for national championships, they do it by year 3. And obviously we're talking about a guy in Brian Kelly that won the SEC West in year 1. So I think we all feel pretty confidently of what he can do there. But I think LSU, Diesel, is a place to where, we talk about the 12-team college football playoff and the benefits of it, right? Like this offseason, teams like maybe LSU and Tennessee and Missouri and even an Ole Miss, for example, in years past, they would have been really nice stories, 9-10 win teams. They're going to go to a nice bowl game. That's where the conversation stops. Now, Diesel, all of a sudden, we're having these conversations about they're going to make a college football playoff and have an opportunity to compete for a national title. But what I don't think, Diesel, we've talked about enough is the extra layer of pressure that adds to a coach like Brian Kelly, like some of these others as well, where it's like, Diesel, at a place like LSU, they're going to expect to make the college football playoff more often than they miss it. And I don't think they're going to deem a season in which they don't make it as a success. So I think that's the barometer being set. I think that's the bar, and I think that's going to be the standard for LSU moving forward. At minimum, Diesel is making the college football playoff. And, if they miss it in year 3 of his tenure, I'm not going to say that Kelly's going to get fired or even be on the hot seat. But you mentioned the word restless. I think the Bayou Bengals will be restless, no doubt.
You mentioned Lane Kiffin there. This feels like this could set up very nicely for Lane Kiffin this year. Obviously, there's no more SEC West. They're not playing Alabama. They do play LSU. They get Georgia late, but it's kind of wrapped in a relatively easy schedule around them. I say relatively in massive air quote fingers here, but the schedule does set up nicely for Ole Miss, and they're a team and a program that has tended to start really hot, get through week number 7 or 8, and then start to fade down the line. Do you get the feeling that it's a now or never type season for Lane Kiffin and Ole Miss?
Absolutely, Diesel. I mean, listen, they've pushed all their chips on the little table. They're all in on this season. And there's a reason why they went out in the transfer portal, spent the money they did, made the investment. And, you really got to appreciate, Diesel, how candid and how honest Lane Kiffin is. I mean, again, I had the opportunity in the big room to ask him a question about the addition of Pooh Paul Jr., the linebacker they picked up from Arkansas. And, he was very transparent. He said, hey, listen, it's like when you're in the NFL and you have a game against a team and you play against a player and you like that player. And when he becomes a free agent, you go and add him. And he said, essentially, that's what happened. We saw Pooh Paul Jr. against us. When it got to a point when he became a free agent and he used the term free agent, we went and got him. And again, Diesel, they didn't get him for free, right? So I think when you look at the additions that Ole Miss made this offseason and who they got out of the transfer portal and, Jackson Dart coming back, they're even calling it the last dance, Diesel. So, yeah, I mean, listen, I think they've pushed their chips in the middle of the table. I think they're all in, and I think they're all in on making a college football playoff appearance. And not just making an appearance, Diesel. Like, I think we've gotten to a point because of who they added. I don't know that it's enough for Ole Miss to just make the playoff and you say, oh, that's a successful season. They might need to win a game or two to really call this, okay, they maximized their potential. They got the most out of the guys they added via the portal. So, I know that sounds crazy to say, but again, when you've added the talent, they added that to a football team that won 11 games last year. That's the position you're in. And again, I think Ole Miss is all in on achieving that goal.
Shane Beamer was there today, day 1 of SEC Media Day in Dallas. Chris Phillips of SEC Unfiltered is there covering it live. Did you get a sense that there was any more urgency at all from Shane Beamer going into what he knows probably could be the season that puts him squarely on the hot seat if things don't go well?
Diesel, I thought about this coming into the week, that for each of these coaches, I think there's coaches, I firmly believe there's some that have not much to gain, a little bit to gain, a lot to gain. I think the coaches, Diesel, that have the most to gain in an event like this are those who either their seats are warming or they're on the hot seat. And the reason I say that, Diesel, is because, when you're winning games, and you've seen this firsthand, right, that when you're winning games, post-game press conferences or midweek press conferences or stuff like that, like the little things, they don't matter nearly as much. But when you start losing and your fan base becomes restless, they'll start picking apart every little thing. So something like this, winning at the podium, it absolutely matters. And so Shane Beamer, he had a 17-minute opening statement. 17 minutes. That might be a record. They get 30 minutes in the big room. He took over half that time in his opening statement. He talked about everything from GPAs and graduation rates to recruiting to portal success to the 2022 season being Tennessee and Clemson to the fact that he believes they can be a year-in, year-out college football playoff contender to saying that they're not far away. I mean, he touched on everything, talked about his tenure there and the roster and how many graduates they have on the team. So to me, Diesel, it came off as a coach who was taking advantage of his opportunity to sell himself, to sell his football team, but more importantly, to sell the trajectory of South Carolina football under his leadership. And so it came off as a coach to me. He knows the seat is warming. These guys are all self-aware. They understand the pressure is mounting, the expectations are mounting. He went as far, Diesel, to say, listen, I know y'all are going to pick us 13th or 14th, but that's okay. I like our football team. We like our football team. So I think it's definitely Diesel, a guy that's feeling the pressure. He's feeling the heat. He knows that seat is warming. And again, you know, he took his time to make sure he was selling his program in every aspect possible, because he understands that he may be getting close to a place where he's going to have to do that more and more to make sure he's the guy for the future in Columbia.
Does Sam Pittman finish the season as the Arkansas head coach, or is he gone mid-season?
I do. I think he does, Diesel. I'm actually a little bit higher on Arkansas than some. I think they get to a bowl game. At least that's right now my game-by-game predictions, which will be dropping the week following SEC Media Days. We're going to do a full thing, obviously, for every SEC team. But I've got Arkansas 6-6, which I think will be good enough to keep Sam Pittman around. I think if any SEC head coach gets fired, I think it is going to be Pittman, though. I keep, as we get closer to the season, Diesel, I've got a stronger belief than I did that Billy Napier is going to be back next year. I just think the administration's bought in. I think they understand the task at hand, and they got to win some, obviously. But you got DJ Lagway waiting in the wings. I don't think you want to do anything to push him away necessarily. But I think if there's anybody fired, I think it's going to be Sam Pittman. But I've got them at 6-6 right now, and I think most likely a bowl game is good enough to get him back next year.
Chris Phillips, SEC Unfiltered, joining us here. He's just about to start a live stream, so I don't want to keep you too much longer, Chris. I found this really interesting. I know you're at SEC football media days, but I found this really fascinating that last night was the first round of the Major League Baseball draft. The top 8 players in the draft are college players, a lot of them coming out of the SEC. Do you foresee a day, Chris, where college baseball really becomes the one true feeder system for players with pro aspirations, where if I want to make it to Major League Baseball, I go to college and I stay there for a long time?
I think it's possible, yeah. I mean, I think so. I think, again, you mentioned we've seen that in the college baseball game. I think it can get to that next level is the ultimate goal. And so I think whatever guys need to do to better their chances at that, they're going to do it. So I think you could definitely see it. I think the scenario you present is an interesting one, but I definitely could see that happening for sure.
And Cole, Chris, last question for you. Week 1 of college football, there's always some weird, wacky, crazy upset. Do you think any SEC teams are at a real risk of being one of those upset teams this year?
As far as a big upset, probably not. I think Georgia's probably going to handle Clemson. I don't think any of the small non-conference games, Diesel, just looking at the schedule way too far ahead, I don't think we're going to see that, right? I think most are going to take care of their business. If anything, it's going to be an SEC team pulling the upset, right? I mean, Texas A&M being a favorite over Notre Dame is really, really interesting, but I think most would consider if they won, that would be an upset. I mean, right now, Florida beating Miami would be considered an upset as well. They're an underdog in that game. Obviously, Vandy beating Va Tech would be an upset. All the others are against really small schools. But, hey, you never know, Diesel. Watch out for Furman, right? They go to the Grove. You never know. So realistically, no. I think the SEC, for the most part, is going to take care of business in week 1.
Well, college football 25 just dropped today, obviously. Trey wants to know if you've had a chance to play it yet. And obviously, you've been busy there at SEC Media Days. Did you pack your next-gen console so that when you finally punch out for the evening, you can go back to your hotel room and play?
So, Diesel, I did pack the PlayStation 5. I have not played the game yet, but it will be waiting on me when I get back in about an hour. So we got a couple more things to do. Like you mentioned, we got a live show coming up, recapping the day. We got a radio spot later in the afternoon. But tonight we will be playing. We will be streaming. So make sure you check us out on YouTube. Again, going to just kind of go through and dive into all of it. And, excited to hit the sticks, man. It's been 10 years in the making.
Love it, pal. Appreciate your time. We'll keep following over the next couple of days to watch your coverage of SEC Media Day, day number 1 in Dallas. It's getting close. It's getting real. And appreciate your time.
Diesel, let's do it again soon, man. Appreciate you.
Yes, sir. That is Chris Phillips, SEC Unfiltered, live on the ground, man. He's just had a phenomenal last couple of months, the last year. I remember talking to Chris as he was preparing to launch SEC Unfiltered, change it from what it was into a media outlet that covers the entirety of the SEC. And, he went into this with a clear vision, determination, and he knew, man, this is a big undertaking to change what I'm doing, what's comfortable, from what I've been doing for a long time. And I think, man, Chris has absolutely knocked this one out of the park. Definitely worth a follow if you haven't yet. Look him up: Facebook, Twitter, YouTube, SEC Unfiltered. He's going to be doing a live playthrough of College Football 25 later on this evening. So that's going to be fascinating. I'm going to jump in and watch it because, let's be real, I'm not going to spend $500 on a console and another $75 on a game tonight. Not going to happen. My wife would be so angry at me if I did that. So not going to happen. Speaking of a big life event here, got some news earlier today that our producer, Brandon, whose wife is expecting another child, the baby did not come today. So they're going to postpone that for another couple of days. But anybody who knows Brandon, anybody who follows Brandon across his social medias, make sure you throw him some good vibes and some prayers as things start to happen with him, and his family is growing, man. I'm proud of him. I'm proud of Cassie. I'm proud of those little girls and everything that he has done and everything that he has become since he's worked here. So thank you much to him. When we come back, we'll take a look around the sports world, see what's popping. A lot of things happening hour by hour on the show as we get ready for Major League Baseball. The All-Star break is here. We got the Home Run Derby coming up later on this evening. Your Daily Wires coming up next right here on the Fan Upstate.
Keyword fan.
And connect with Diesel and Cole Bryson on Wire to Wire. This is the Fan Upstate.
Gonna go rapid fire on our daily wires. It's your sports buzz around the world today. Team USA beat Australia 98-92 in an exhibition in Abu Dhabi. Australia is pretty well considered a contender for the gold medal in Paris. So squeaking past the Australian team when, by all accounts, Team USA did not play great basketball is a good thing. Defending champs Argentina edged out Colombia with a late extra time goal to win their 16th Copa America at Miami's Hard Rock Stadium last night. Lionel Messi went down early in that match. He was not available past around the 35-minute mark, but Argentina got it done and won that game 1-0. Also at that game, the Colombia Football Federation president, Ramon Jesurun, and his son Ramon are facing 3 felony counts of battery on a specified official or employee after being arrested by Miami-Dade police at Hard Rock Stadium. The MLB draft first round was yesterday. A lot of people didn't even realize it was happening. I didn't realize it was happening, but a lot of college players went early in this draft. The first 8 picks were college baseball players. Apparently that is fairly rare for that to happen. A lot of high school players tend to go early. Number 1, the Guardians took Travis Bazzana. He is a second baseman from Oregon State. The Reds went number 2. They took Chase Burns, a righty from Tennessee. The Colorado Rockies at 3rd took Charlie Condon, outfielder from Georgia. Number 4, the Oakland A's drafted Nick Kurtz, first baseman from Wake Forest. And 5th, the Chicago White Sox drafted Hagen Smith, a left-handed pitcher from Arkansas. The 152nd Open Championship is this coming weekend. It's the 4th and final major for this season at Royal Troon in Scotland. A $17 million purse will be up for grabs. First place going to get $3.1 million. Caitlin Clark and her Indiana Fever beat the Minnesota Lynx over the weekend, 81-74. What's fun about that is the Lynx coach, Cheryl Reeve, is the head coach of the U.S. women's national team. She was asked questions, of course she was, about Caitlin Clark being left off of the U.S. women's national team. Kind of a, hey, don't you think maybe you should have put her on the team because she just beat your team? Well, she clapped back to that and said, I'm wearing Lynx. I'm the head coach of the national team, but I am not the chair of the committee. Anybody want to venture into anything else? So I assume she was fielding a lot of really untoward questions about that. She didn't like it very much. Jerry Rice, legendary NFL wide receiver, got into an altercation at a celebrity golf tournament over the weekend. He said 2 Kansas City Chiefs reporters approached him and started asking him questions about the Kansas City Chiefs, asking if he thought the Chiefs wide receivers were good enough to win another Super Bowl this year. Jerry said, I will bleep you up, and told him to get away from him. He told TMZ after the fact that he believed the reporters were trolling him because they were smirking at him when they were asking the question, and because the Chiefs beat the 49ers in the Super Bowl. Jerry said, I am going to defend my 49ers no matter what. They say, well, it was a real question. We weren't trying to cause a fight, but it certainly did cause a ruckus. Hey, on Wednesday, Cole and I are going to be live at Ingalls Markets at 410 Pelzer Highway in Easley. We'll have a $25 gift card that you can win. So we want to see you out there. The reason why we're out at Ingalls back-to-back weeks is because next week we're all going to be live at ACC football kickoff. Exciting stuff. Hey, when we come back, I'll replay the interview in case you missed it earlier with Jake Mastroanni of Locked On Braves. The Braves seem to be maybe turning things around a little bit. We'll see what Jake has to say about that next.
Yeah, my kind of mindset on it is, like I said a minute ago, why waste the bullets? Pitchers are, I don't know, there's probably a better phrase to use here, but they're a ticking time bomb. They're going to get hurt eventually. At some point, their arms are going to give out, whether it's the shoulder and elbow. So if you feel like you have a guy like an AJ Smith-Shawver who you feel has good enough stuff to get major league hitters out, why waste those innings at the minor league level? If you feel like he has the stuff to get big league hitters out, because you just never know when that injury might be coming. So for pitchers specifically, you certainly have to have the stuff to get it done. You have to have some sort of, level of maturity to be able to make that jump, and trust and confidence as well in yourself to be able to believe that you can. But kind of where I think things are going, what I think the Braves have done is they're no longer saying, okay, we need to see him, develop this, or we need to see him throw this many pitches. There's some of that. They did that with Walter this year. They wanted to see him develop something other than that splitter. But if we believe that you have what it takes on the mound to get big league hitters out, I'm not going to waste those innings in AA and AAA, because we don't know when you're going to get hurt. It's really just a matter of time.
Jake Mastroanni of the Locked On Braves podcast joining us here on the Fan Upstate. Can you give us any updates on Michael Harris's injury situation? He was set to come off of his 10-day IL on Saturday, but he wasn't in the lineup Saturday or Sunday. What's going on with him?
Yeah, I never really thought he'd come back before the All-Star break. Just didn't make sense. You don't want to rush those types of things because you want to make sure it's completely gone before he comes back, because that's something that can become a lingering issue. So didn't really make much sense to bring him back before the All-Star break, just give him those extra days off. I would imagine and hope that it's sometime before the end of July. I know he's doing on-field work and all that here recently, so I'm still hoping it's before the end of July that we see him back. But just when you're messing with those hamstrings, you want to make sure that it is 100% before you came back. Same thing. I know Sean Murphy was not a hamstring, but similar type of thing with that type of injury. You don't want it to be something that lingers all season. So you want to take extra precaution to make sure that you don't rush them back. So Braves need him, certainly. I mean, Kelnick's done a great job in center field defensively and in the leadoff spot, although he's cooled off a bit here lately. But the Braves need Michael Harris back to kind of settle down that outfield and hopefully get him going again. It's been a struggle for him, like a lot of Braves hitters this season.
Jake, it kind of shocked me a little bit to find out that this year baseball is not going to be an Olympic sport. It won't be here in 2024 in the Paris Games. I understand why Major League Baseball doesn't want to send its all-stars, its best players overseas mid-season. But number one, should baseball even be an Olympic sport? Should we be sending minor league guys over? If we're not going to send our best, is there any point in it at all?
I mean, yes, I think so, just because you're still going to grow the game by having it in the event, but it's just the timing of it's not great. I mean, look at the World Baseball Classic. A lot of players, even in that, which seems to get more attention than the Olympics do from a baseball perspective. And we still see a lot of players, at least in the United States, that just aren't willing to risk it in the World Baseball Classic. And obviously going to be the same thing in the Olympics, and you're paying these guys so much money. And as I just said, especially from the pitching standpoint, teams aren't going to want to see their best pitchers going and throwing games in the Olympics and in what they would probably consider somewhat meaningless games for them. But I agree, make it a showcase for some of your minor league players. Could be another way, like we talked about with the draft, to kind of show off some of those top prospects, maybe even college players as well, put them in there. So I do think there is value in having it, but I just don't think you're ever going to get the buy-in from the major league players.
Do other countries, and forgive my ignorance here on this, do other countries, it was a big deal a few months back when, almost a year ago at this point, when Japan won the World Baseball Classic. Do they send their best, or do they find themselves in kind of the same situation where their all-stars are taking those international events off as well?
So, and again, I don't pay attention to the Olympics as much as I do the World Baseball Classic. I know the World Baseball Classic, pretty much all the other countries are sending their best players. I mean, you look with Japan, like you mentioned, Shohei Ohtani went to play in that, as he's getting a record deal to sign with the Dodgers, Ohtani's going to play in that. So for the most part, other countries aren't having the same problem as the United States is, and sending its best players. Probably a much longer discussion to talk about why that is, but it doesn't seem to be as big of an issue for other countries to get their best players to participate.
Jake, who do you like tonight in the home run derby?
I mean, it's hard to go against Pete Alonso just because this is what he lives for. And he loves this type of thing, but I want to see, either Gunnar Henderson, Bobby Witt. I want to see one of the young kids see what they can do. Obviously, I want to see Marcel do well, but more importantly, I just want to see his swing be okay for the second half because he's the one bat that's carried the Braves all year. But I'm looking forward to seeing some of these young guys in it as well.
And my last question here for you, Jake. You're a lifelong baseball fan. I'm sure you've been to dozens and dozens of Major League Baseball games in your lifetime. Can you describe your perfect day at the park, from your arrival time to I've got to make sure I get these 3 items at the concessions? Are you a bring your glove to the park kind of guy when you're going as a fan, maybe not necessarily as a media member? Do you stay the entire game? Like, how does a seasoned vet like you take in live baseball?
Yeah, it's a great question. And it's probably much different now that I have 3 young kids, and before when I was going to the game, just me and my wife or going with a friend, it's very different. But, I think for me, I like to get in the stadium. We're talking about a Major League game. I like to get into the stadium about an hour early. I like to get my food beforehand because for me, and this is again pre-kids, I sit down, I'm sitting there for all 9 innings. So, my wife knows we get to the game, you get everything you need before that first pitch is thrown because we're not getting up until the game is over. So, that's just kind of an ideal for me, getting there an hour early. I'd love to get there early, and I used to a lot. It's tough now, and you only get to see really the visiting team. I love getting there for warm-ups and batting practice. That's what I used to do a lot, again, pre-kids and family and everything. So I guess if we're getting ideal, I like to get there extra early, watch batting practice, go get something to eat real quick, sit down in the seat, beautiful afternoon, sitting in the shade somewhere in a hot summer day, and watching some baseball for 9 innings and not going anywhere else.
Yeah, Jake, I learned the hard way. My first foray at Truist Park at a game, I've been to a concert or 2 there, but that's at night. I messed up, and I sat in the outfield down the third base line for an afternoon game, and I got absolutely baked out there on left field, down the left field line. So if anybody's wondering, at Truist Park in Atlanta, don't make that mistake. Sit down the right field line for an afternoon game. Otherwise, you're going to get absolutely toasted.
Yeah, absolutely. I went and scouted that out first. There was a Georgia Bulldog game there for the first ever Braves game there, and I went and I found out very early you want to sit in the first base right field side.
He is Jake Mastroanni, host of the Locked On Braves podcast, an absolutely fantastic show that you got to listen to. His Minors Mondays are fantastic. You can he really digs deep in what's going on with some of the guys coming up through the system for the Atlanta Braves. Appreciate your time. As always, we'll talk to you again in 2 weeks.
All right. Thanks, Lisa.
That is Jake Mastroanni of the Locked On Braves podcast. You can find him on Spotify. You can find him on all your favorite platforms. He really is fantastic. And the Atlanta Braves, as we were saying there, it's been a little bit of a tough stretch talking about these Atlanta Braves over the past, probably 2 months, because they have just kind of been spinning their wheels in this. They're getting started, and then they kind of spin out. Then they get going a little bit, and then they spin out. We were talking about there just 18 home runs in 10 games. That feels like a really good number for the Atlanta Braves. That's averaging just shy of 2 home runs a game. But they're having games where they're getting 2, 3, 4, and then they're having games where they get 0. So the Atlanta Braves may be starting to get the bats going, as he was saying there. Matt Olson still kind of struggling a little bit. Darno hit 2 home runs, I believe, in the Saturday game this past weekend. But hey, that's got to be a little bit promising when some of your guys are starting to hit. We know that hitting in Major League Baseball is contagious, and hopefully they'll be able to get it all back on track. They'll get some of these late inning relievers to start cutting down on the runs that they're giving up, because starting pitching for the Atlanta Braves has been really, really good. Just the late inning relievers and the closers are just not getting it done for the Atlanta Braves.
If You work a 9 to 5, but you think you know better than career coaches making 100 times your salary?
You're listening to The Right Show.
Day one of SEC Media Days in the books. I know that our good friend Chris Phillips of SEC Unfiltered is having a blast down there, doing a fantastic job covering everything that has happened, everything that has transpired. Some really fun stuff happened early in the day. Nick Saban not allowed in originally. For like a brief moment, they kept Nick Saban out of SEC Media Days because he forgot his credential. He's like, I'm Nick Saban. I don't need a credential. Yeah, you do, Nick. I don't know you. Stranger danger. You're not coming in. He's never needed one before, because I'm sure Nick always comes in a huge contingency of people coming into SEC Media Days, all rocking the Alabama gear, all with their own credentials in the right place. And Nick has never needed one. Well, now Nick is just a lowly member of the media, and he didn't have his credentials. So Nick Saban got hassled at the door, which I absolutely love that happened to him. Nick Saban started the day early, getting into it with Paul Finebaum, who on Get Up this morning, the Mike Greenberg show, had this to say about the time. It's only been a couple of months since Nick Saban retired. Here's what Paul Finebaum said.
This is self-serving here. Since January 10th, this has been the worst 6 months of my life without Nick Saban. I wanted to get that off my chest as we begin the college football season.
The truth is, he's probably right. It has been the worst 6 months for him, and probably the last 10, 15 years or so, because he now has to go out and find something new to talk about. He has to get to know a new fan base. He can't just give lip service to the other schools in the SEC and focus primarily and almost exclusively on Nick Saban. So, Paul Finebaum's having to go do some work for a change. Shut up, Paul. I know he's just joking, but still, it's funny. Nick Saban had this to say, because I think they either had him on the other line, or immediately after they got Paul Finebaum off the line, they brought on Nick Saban, and Nick Saban's response was,
Well, he tried to ruin mine for 17 years, so I guess we're even.
I love this version of Nick Saban, right? I mean, we used to have a guy who worked here in engineering. He was the head engineer for Odyssey Greenville, before that Intercom Upstate, for, well, the time that I worked here, the time that I started here in 2007, all the way up to probably 2016. And this dude was the most sour jerk, a-hole you could ever meet. You could ask him a question and you thought, like, hey, this is a simple question. He'd be a jerk about it. But then you got him out of the studios. You got him out in the world. He's nice as could be. Such a jovial, fun dude. You know, we used to have company parties. And I'm like, wait, who are you? You're not the same man that I know from the studios, for the station. You're a jerk at the station. You're really nice here. What happened? Nick Saban is that guy. You know, he got the reputation, probably slightly deservedly so, as a little bit of a jerk, because we saw those times where he would clap back and bark back at reporters pretty hard, pretty mean. I mean, the media loved it. We loved it when it happened, but it was tough. It was tough. Nick Saban was a jerk a little bit from time to time, but hey, he as a media member is a really affable, fun guy, and I'm excited to see. I kind of wish in a way that Nick Saban had retired a little bit earlier, so we could have gotten this Nick Saban a little bit earlier. Here's something really fun and interesting that came out of some of the opening statements at SEC Media Day today. Greg Sankey, the commissioner of the SEC, was talking about the role of college football in American society, and this is one of those things that I do think is slightly in danger if college football continues to go down the path of these athletes becoming multimillionaires while they're still in college. I'm not saying people are going to all of a sudden start hating college football because these players are getting paid, but I think it starts to erode some of what made it special for the longest time. Here is Greg Sankey following the events that obviously we saw play out over the weekend with former President Trump at his rally in Pennsylvania and the scary events that happened up there. This is Greg Sankey and his opening statements today at SEC Media Day.
And on Saturdays in this country, for decade after decade, people come together. We actually need more of what we do in college sports. And in college sports and in college football in particular, we know, there's an opponent on the field, and spread across a stadium, there's apparel from the opposing teams, one dominant, one in the minority. But in those stadiums, I've stood with sometimes 100,000 or more to sing the national anthem, sometimes thinking that the entire stadium is actually participating. I've joined in those stadiums as you watch maybe a Chinook helicopter fly over, a B-2 bomber, or an F-22, just amazed. And then celebrated a little bit later in the game when during a break we stop and we bring the flight crew onto the field and celebrate them for their service. I've heard the absolute silence in a crowd of thousands of people revved up and ready to go, who stand for a moment to honor someone we've lost. We actually need more of those unifying moments in this country, and that's why I say again, we need more of what college football does in this nation.
And he's absolutely right. He's absolutely right. I have maintained that I have my issues with Greg Sankey and his self-serving nature. As you know, he is the head of a conference that's there to make a lot of money for its member institutions. He's supposed to be self-serving, but at the same time, me being a fan of a school that's not inside that conference can have a problem with it. You know, it seems to be there's he and the commissioner of the Big Ten, and now Brent Yormark, commissioner of the Big 12. They all say things like, well, we don't want this to happen, but by God, we're going to do it. This is not what we want college football to be, but here's these changes that we're making, right? Like it feels like all of these men have the power to get on the same page and stop this inevitable creep towards something that fans are not going to like, but they won't do it because, well, their job is to increase revenues. Their job is to increase the member institution payouts, right? So it's like they're talking out of one side of their mouth and you know, crap's flying out the other. Anyway, Greg Sankey was asked about conference expansion. Now that Texas and OU are officially in the officially in the SEC, Greg Sankey was asked about further expansion. Big 12 is looking to expand. They're huge. The Big 10 is looking to expand. They're huge. Here's what Greg Sankey had to say about expansion in the SEC. I pay attention, but we're focused on our 16. He's talking about monitoring what's happening in the ACC. I do pay attention, but we're focused on our 16. I've said it before at media days. I am not a recruiter. My job is to make sure we meet a standard of excellence that we have for ourselves on a daily basis that attracts interest. It's done that with the 2 universities that we've added this year. They're not the only phone calls I've ever had, but I'm not involved in recruitment. He continues to say, our presidents have been clear that I am not going to entangle us in litigation around expansion, which sounds very much like him saying, we're not jumping in on Clemson and Florida State's behalf with their entanglements, their legal entanglements with the ACC. Okay, I continue. So I pay attention, but I'm not engaged in those conversations. In fact, as I understand, the league is in agreements. The issue is agreements have been signed and decisions have been made among a conference. And the question is, are those going to be honored as they were established? And apparently that's for a court to decide now. The broader implications, obviously, if things change, then there's a new level of uncertainty. It already creates speculation that I think is counterproductive, but I don't spend an enormous amount of my time thinking about it. I certainly don't spend any time engaged in that recruiting activity because we're focused on our 16. And I want to be respectful of the difficulty of the conference that's currently faced with that set of issues within the ACC and my colleague, Jen Phillips. So that's Greg Sankey saying, we're not trying to turn the screws here. We're not trying to essentially tell Florida State and Clemson anything with regards to if you can get out, here's what we're going to do. They're saying we're not getting involved in that. He says, I feel for what Jim Phillips and the ACC are dealing with, but we're not getting involved. We're going to focus on our 16. And when I asked Chris Phillips about that earlier, he said he's always been a circle the wagons type of guy. You know, protect your 16, cheerlead for your conference members. But I think what's interesting there is the part where he said, you know, if they're essentially not going to be asked to honor their agreement with the ACC, then there could be some broader implications. Then there's a new level of uncertainty, and maybe at that point we explore Clemson and Florida State. I don't know. With Greg Sankey, you always kind of have to read between the lines because he's going to say what is best for him and best for his conference. But SEC Media Day is here. College football 2025 is here. I'm sure many of you have already got your copy. Some of you might be TOLOing, which means turn it on and leave it on. TOLOing while you're playing college football 25. I've been scrolling around Facebook and scrolling around Twitter. And yes, I'm calling it Twitter because Elon Musk has royally pissed me off today. Calling it Twitter forever, never going to call it X. The reason is he now took away our ability to live stream on Twitter, which we used to have a ton of Tolos who live streamed with us on Twitter. Now they're going to have to come and find us on YouTube or on Facebook because, well, Uncle Elon, who has enough money, as Rob Brown said earlier when he joined us for the 5 o'clock fight, he's got enough money to put satellites in space for fun, but he needs Odyssey Greenville's $8 to allow us to live stream on his platform, which is bogus, which is bunk. Now, hundreds of people who stream this show a week can't do it anymore because Uncle Elon has decided to take that away. But I digress. College football is back. The SEC looks to be hot this year. 4 teams that I think have a very, very good chance of winning that conference. It's not groundbreaking to say this, but Georgia, Alabama, Texas, and Ole Miss. The one that seems really interesting to me is Ole Miss because Ole Miss, when you look at their schedule, Ole Miss, they do have some tough opponents on their schedule. That can't be denied. But Ole Miss, especially down the stretch, which is a time of the season that Ole Miss has tended to struggle. They'd look good. They would be undefeated through week 7 or 8. They'd be all over ESPN. Wow, we're actually focusing on Ole Miss games live and in prime time. And then they would falter down the stretch. That was kind of always Ole Miss's MO. But every 5 years, they would pop up, have a phenomenal football season, and then struggle down the stretch. When you look at Ole Miss's schedule, number one, they don't play in the SEC West anymore. The SEC West doesn't exist, right? So now they don't have to go through that gauntlet of Alabama and LSU. They play the schedule that they play. Well, towards the end of the season, they get a little bit of a break, as much of a break as you can get in the SEC. They play LSU late, and then they got a little bit of a break before it, a little bit after that. So I think Ole Miss could be one of those teams that, as they've had a phenomenal run in the portal over the past 3 or 4 seasons, the schedule working out in their favor this year. Jackson Dart. I think it's do or die time for Ole Miss. It's now or never time. Like, everything is setting up for you in the best possible way, especially with Alabama being slightly, and I do mean slightly, weakened by a coaching change, with Brian Kelly having a little uncertainty there with a new quarterback at LSU. I think this could be the year that Ole Miss puts everything together. So those are my tier ones. Those are my teams that have a good chance to win the SEC. And I would be shocked. If all 4 of those teams did not get into the 12-team expanded playoff. Tier 2, Missouri, LSU, Tennessee, and Oklahoma. Those are teams that probably are going to be in the 8-win range, 9-win range. Missouri may be one of those teams that can break out of that a little bit. JD, earlier we talked to him, had him texting into the show. He feels like LSU could be one of those teams that breaks out. I got to see it with a new quarterback. Same thing with Tennessee. I got to see it with a new quarterback, not really trusting that yet. Oklahoma has its questions. Go to tier 3, Texas A&M, Auburn, Florida, and Kentucky. Florida just got a brutal Murderers Row, rated the toughest schedule in America this year. And tier 4, sorry, Gamecock fans, somebody's got to be in tier 4. And where you're sitting, especially considering that schedule, I don't necessarily see you winning more than 2 SEC games this year. And that puts you in a tough spot. Puts you in tier 4 in my mind. South Carolina, Arkansas, Mississippi State, and Vanderbilt. I think there's a gulf between Vanderbilt and everybody else, obviously, but I'm not doing 5 tiers here, okay? Most likely mobility up and out of their tier that I put them in. Probably Missouri. A lot of guys coming back from Missouri in 2024. Very, very experienced quarterback and wide receiver room. I like Missouri a lot. I think the schedule sets up also very favorably for Missouri. Could be another college football playoff contender. God, could you imagine if 5 SEC teams make it into the college football playoff? They're going to shout to expand it. They're not going to shout to limit the number of teams from a conference that can get in. They're going to say, oh, Big Ten's going to say, this is brutal. We can't do this. We can't have access to only 8 spots. 7 spots. Not good at math here. We can't have this. We can't share 7 spots with the Big 12, with the ACC, and with the group of 5. We need to expand this thing. We need to have 14 teams. So now that we get to be the recipients of those extra slots. Little do they know the SEC will probably get more consideration for those two extra slots than they will. Most likely to have mobility down out of the tier that I put them in, Florida, because the schedule is really, really tough for them. Number 1 toughest schedule in college football this year. I feel for you, Florida fans. God, I feel for you, because it's going to be a tough year. And it's not your fault. Billy Napier, I think, has done a fine job recruiting, but he finds himself in a position where South Carolina fans are very familiar being. You can get better. You can have a better quarterback than you've ever recruited. You can have a better line than you've ever recruited. Receivers. You can have all of that. But you're trying to come up. You're trying to trend upwards in that conference, in that league. And the scheduling office, man, somebody at Florida must have pissed them off last year. Somebody must have not responded to an email. Somebody must have left somebody on red, because, man, they have set Florida up for a really, really tough season. When we come back, I'm going to close out show number 78 with an oldie but a goodie, a segment that we used to do on this station every single day that some of you miss. A lot of people, when Cole and I first started doing Wire to Wire, they said, oh, where's that segment? Where's that thing that you used to do? And the best thing we heard today coming up next. Going to wrap up the show with that. An oldie goldie segment. 97.7 FM in Greenville, 97.1 FM in Spartanburg, everywhere you are on the free Odyssey app, on demand, on all your favorite podcast platforms, Apple Podcasts, Google Podcasts, Spotify, the Odyssey app as well. Back next on the Fan Upstate. Cole Bryson going to be back with us tomorrow on Wire to Wire with Diesel and Cole Bryson. Appreciate you, Tolos, for turning it on and leaving it on all day. Those of you still streaming the stream on Facebook and on YouTube, no Twitter anymore. Thanks a lot, Elon Musk. But it's time to bring back a segment that I loved. I love doing this segment. I miss doing this segment. We could always bring it back. Maybe it was just good to take a little break and bring it back. But here we go. Something that you haven't heard on these airwaves in quite a while.
This really could go either way.
Good or bad, naughty or nice.
I'm not scared. What, are you scared?
It's the best thing we heard today.
What a foolish idea.
Oh, man, such great times talking about the idiots all over the world and all over this country who make DA decisions. This woman in California was arrested last Thursday and accused of shoplifting from a TJ Maxx. What do you get, like $10 worth of clothing? But she wasn't accused of doing it just once. No. She was arrested and then charged with doing it how many times? Here's the city prosecutor, Douglas Halbert, talking about the accusations against Miss Florence Leslie Miller.
In my 25 years as a city prosecutor, I've never seen a case with 30 counts. I've never seen a person go this long without being caught. The police reports showed a pattern of a person entering a store, spending very little time on the floor of the store, grabbing merchandise and simply walking out.
I can't tell if he's angry that nobody caught her or that he's impressed that she was able to walk in and shoplift 30 times before anyone recognized anything. Like, how do you get in and out of a store 30 times stealing? Like, don't they put tags on all the clothing at TJ Maxx? That blows me away, but it seemed to shock the city prosecutor there as well, that she was able to make out with 30 with items 30 different times, which kind of reminds me, we didn't bring it up on this show, but there was that story, a month ago or so, of the baseball bat thieves in North Carolina that it was 3 women who walked into sporting goods stores wearing long dresses, and they hit a sporting goods store in Huntersville, which is just outside of Charlotte, and made out with $8,000 worth of baseball bats by stuffing it under their skirts and then just walking right out of the store. Yeah. First of all, I want to know, like, how did they grip all those baseball bats between their thighs? Where did they hang them all from, right? How did this happen? How did this happen? Well, they tried again near Asheville, and they were caught. They were noticed by the store owner, who didn't raise the alarm right away, didn't say, "Hey, you, I know who you are." They kind of allowed it to happen. They called the police. They gave the police time to get out there and arrest the ladies, and they had another $4,000 worth of baseball bats stuffed, well, somewhere I don't want to talk about, somewhere unmentionable. Trey says, "Bring it back." 100% missed that intro. I logged back on just to let you know. Thank you, Trey. I appreciate that. I really do. Brandon texts in or messages in on the stream, says, "Thanks for the shout out earlier." That's our producer, Brandon, whose wife almost went into labor today. They tried to get her to go into labor, but they are going to postpone the labor. You got to postpone seeing your daughter for like another week. I know that's got to be tough, man. But proud of you and proud of her for what you guys are doing, and you're growing your family. That's awesome. Big news coming out of the SEC Media Day number 1. Paul Finebaum has been on one today. I just found some audio on Instagram while we were in the last commercial break. Paul Finebaum is just going after other media members. And I understand that's what media days are for, right? You kind of poke fun at the other teams in your conference. You kind of, say, "Hey, rah, we're the best over here." But Paul Finebaum went after Lincoln Riley at USC in a big way today. And I guess it's because Oklahoma, where Lincoln Riley was before he left to go to USC, is now in the SEC. He feels like there's more reason, I guess, to go after Lincoln Riley at USC, but to not directly quote him, to paraphrase what Paul Finebaum said about Lincoln Riley and USC, He called Lincoln's tenure at USC a disaster and said, quite frankly, if I was the AD at USC, I would have fired him. He goes on to say, this time next year, Lincoln Riley will be an assistant in the NFL. Bam. Mic drop. Explosive thing to say about Lincoln Riley, the head coach at Southern Cal. Basically, he's saying, look, you found out that your school was headed to the SEC and you tucked tail and ran to the Big 12. You tucked tail, took that big paycheck, went to Southern Cal, took your quarterback with you, talking about Caleb Williams, and you went to Southern Cal. You never learned anything about defense, and now you're headed to the Big 10. And he's saying, man, you are in for a rude awakening once you get into the Big 10. So this is going to be tough for you, Lincoln Riley, Southern Cal. I guess he's predicting a really tough season for USC in 2024. I would look up their schedule here with the looking up their 2024 Big Ten schedule. LSU, in my mind, lost. Utah State, that's going to be a win. Michigan, loss. Wisconsin, at home, loss. Minnesota on the road, win. Penn State at home, loss. I got to assume that Penn State's going to have something for him. Maryland, win. Rutgers, win. Washington, loss. Nebraska, win. UCLA, win. Notre Dame, loss. 6-6. I got USC going 6-6 year one in the Big Ten. Going to be a tough year for Lincoln Riley and co at Southern Cal. Back tomorrow, back to full strength, right here on the Fan Upstate.
You're listening to the underground of sports talk radio, where we're not afraid